Hello and welcome to this episode of How to Be a Great GM. As you can see, I've got my second set of players joining me today as we run through the celebrating 10,000 subscribers, which of course now is redundant because we're on 11 and something, which is absolutely fantastic. So, joining us all the way from the Philippines, we've got Hugi, then we've got Ryan from Virginia, USA, we've got Aziz from Kuwait, and also from Virginia by sheer luck, we've got Robert joining us as well. So we are going to be running through the same module that I ran the last group through, but with one change. That's all I'm going to do to the entire adventure is change one thing, and that's exactly how the adventure starts. So if you haven't watched the previous adventure or the videos where I planned this particular adventure, head on over and have a look at those. Those went up last week, and you'll get a sense of just how I go about creating adventures and then how they play out, and how they play out so differently from what one actually planned, and how by changing one thing you're going to see how this is a totally different adventure from the same plan, which kind of means that if you do one really well-made plan, you can run 2 or 3 adventures out of the same story. So it kind of saves some time there. But anyway, let's get on with the show. We've got a couple of house rules that I'm going to be using, but I'll be talking about those as the game goes on. This is a one-shot. It's planned to be about 4 hours long, so grab the popcorn, get the coffee ready, and let's get started. So, Hugi, would you please introduce your character to us, give us a little bit of an idea of who we're dealing with?
I play Andrew Tealeaf, who is a halfling paladin. Before meeting the party, I started out as a traveling minstrel, drummer of the group, actually. So I carry around a steel drum, and that's my background as an entertainer.
Perfect. Ryan.
Hello, I'm playing Jonathan Reaver. He is a human druid warlock, a druidlock if you prefer. Before he met the party, he was scavenging the world for forbidden secrets of the world to appease his patron. He's quite an old man, not as young as most others, and he is a hermit, as most people don't like people who worship a great old god.
There you go. Aziz.
Hello there, my character's name is Vincent. He used to be an investigator for hire, so whenever you're having a problem and you can't really get the place to do it, you hire him. That's pretty much it.
What does he look like? Because you've got quite a nice picture on your character sheet.
Well, pretty much he looks like a knight, a normal, or a warrior, depending on how you want to say it. But he prefers not to show his face to everyone. That's pretty much it.
There you go. Robert.
Yes, sir. I got Ulfgar Ungart is a mountain dwarf sorcerer, and he is he's short. He's used to be a soldier. He's an infantry, and now he discovered something that half his arm is burnt up the way because of greed, and turned him into a sorcerer because he realized the power of magic. So he's working on that now.
There you go. And that is our party. Right. So the 4 of you have adventured together before, and you are familiar with one another, having found some kind of common goal and purpose. And that sees you aboard a vessel, a sailing ship that is captained by an orc by the name of Captain Doomblood. And you have been at sea for exactly a week, and there are another 3 dreary weeks left of your journey. The night is violently difficult. The ship is pitching from port to starboard and bucking up and down like a wild bronco. Lightning flashes outside and thunder threatens to destroy the ship by the sheer volume of it as it seems to be breaking directly over you all of the time. Would all of you please give me a perception check?
Okay.
Perception.
I got a 10, sir.
10.
I got a 7.
7.
13. Got a 9.
13 and a 9. Okay. So, Ulfgar, as you are pitching around in the hammock with the rest of your companions, you're all in the small sleeping quarters that have been assigned to you by Doomblood. Ulfgar, you think you hear a woman's scream break out in between the thunderous lightning and the bashing of water as it's washing against the side of the ship. It's very brief, and you're not entirely... It probably came from above you because you're below decks, but that's what you hear.
Are we shared in the same place?
Yes, you're all in the same space. You have 4 hammocks in this very small room that are all busy swinging from side to side as the ship is pitching about, threatening to sink.
I sit up and I say, "Did you hear that?
Hear what?
What? What is it?
There's a woman.
What?
Woman?
Woman.
There's a woman somewhere
There was
in
indeed
the storm."
a female passenger who joined with you. She introduced herself as Mimnefner, a Sajet elf, so a very tan-skinned, dark-eyed female elf, but she kind of kept to herself mostly during the journey.
So it's most likely not her.
Might be her.
Okay.
Yeah, the rest of the crew were all male, so unless they've changed pitch... But before you have an opportunity to ruminate on what could be the possible source of the scream, your door is wrenched open, and the orc stands there, his tusks sticking out. Water is dripping off of him. He's obviously just come from above deck. "You all need to get out of the ship immediately! We're about to hit land, and that's bad!" He then turns and rushes out the corridor. Right. Jonathan,
Does sound
what are you doing?
Oh, I'm grabbing my stuff, making sure I get that, and heading out the door.
Andre.
I do the same, and I look for areas of the scenario that I can help out with.
Okay, what are you looking for specifically? As you're stepping out into the corridor, water is just pouring in from outside. There's chaos. You can hear a bell busy banging in the wind. People are shouting up on deck.
I look for a crew member that seems to have trouble with what they're doing, and it would most likely be something agile or dexterous in nature.
Vincent?
I'm just surprised of what happened. I just take out my stuff and immediately head to deck, just to see if I also can help with something.
Perfect. Ulfgar?
I am guiding everybody out, making sure everybody's safe as they go outside, and keeping an eye out for whatever was screaming. I'll of course help. You know, we're all part of the crew.
Sure.
So.
Okay. You rush up onto deck, and Andrew, you're trying to look for someone to try and help. You see several of the sailors in amongst the spray because there's waves washing over the deck. There's rain just stinging down onto you, and then there's these flashes of lightning just breaking your concentration, and then just thunder rolling around everywhere. As you're looking around at the crew members, you see a crew member. He seems to be standing next to the railing of the ship, and he's trying to get his foot up onto the railing. Are you going to try and help him get his other foot up onto the railing?
Are there, other than the railing, are there better things to hold on to, like ropes or?
There's plenty of ropes hanging down from the masts and the yardarms that stick out from them.
Are they taut enough to give me stability?
Sure, absolutely.
Then while grabbing onto the ropes for stability, I help him out.
Perfectly. You give him a hand up, he looks at you, "Oh, thanks very much," and then he jumps into the ocean.
Oh.
Vincent, you see another crew member, he kind of looks at you, he's holding a barrel. You can see on the barrel is listed RUM. He gives you a thumbs up, and he leaps off of the side of the ship as well.
Oh!
Just everyone is jumping.
Can I try to catch him with the rum?
Well done, everyone.
All right.
It's time to jump off the ship too.
All right, Ulfgar, you kind of like, not the rum! You go running towards the barrel
Yes.
of rum. Unfortunately, as you're running towards the barrel, out of the corner of your eye, you see the front of the ship, and it's busy pitching up and down and up and down. And as it's coming down, you see in front of you, there is this massive beach with these sharp rocks that are just sticking out towards everything. And there's no more ocean in front of the ship as it's about to start coming down. All of you see this because the ship is almost in a slow motion as it's about to drop onto this stony beach. I need initiatives from everybody, please.
Initiatives.
Yep.
Initiatives.
Nat 20?
Natural 20 from Ryan.
8.
8 from Hoogie. Aziz?
13.
7.
13
Again.
from Robert. 7. Aziz?
Yes.
All right. Almost everybody gets to act before the ship plunges down into the stony abyss. Jonathan Reaver, what are you doing?
I see the stone beach, and my immediate response is to tie myself to the main post.
All right. Ship's going down. I'm going down with it. Right. So you lash this rope around yourself. You're like, I'll ride this sucker out. All right. That's what you're doing. Ulfgar, the rum has just disappeared into a wave.
It certainly has. Any way to brace myself against the edge of the boat? Am I on the edge of the boat as I reach?
Yeah, you can certainly get to the edge without a problem. You reckon the masts are probably the best idea unless you run to the front of the ship because they're the forecastle of the ship. It is a raised level up, so you can brace yourself against that front wall if you like. Or you
Best
can run
idea I've ever heard.
All right, so that's where you're running to.
Yes,
get
sir.
there and you kind of press yourself against it, waiting, watching as the sea is now disappearing as the back of the ship is rising upwards. Andre?
I look at the jagged rocks with much surprise, and I crouch, making use of my low center of balance,
Sure.
and just hang on to the railings which the other person was holding on to before.
All right. Then, Vincent, as you're kind of going, he's tying himself, he's running down there, he's holding onto the railing. I should probably be doing something, except the ship just launches forward, and for a moment you lift up off of your feet and you're kind of floating in midair. You're like, oh, the air's not so hard, that's not a problem. And then the back of the ship flies and smacks you from behind, pressing you against it, as the front of the ship plows into this beach. All right. There is a catastrophic explosion of rock and sand, and bits of ship just sails past you. Then water crashes down on top from behind you, and this washing machine effect just happens as this whole thing is just rolled up onto the beach. And somewhere in there is a Vincent.
Just lying down there.
Yes. Okay, so...
Is this the afterlife? I'm still alive.
10. All right, Vincent, you take 18 damage. Everybody else takes 10 damage as the ship just splinters around you. You get lacerated, pounded, pummeled. You drink more seawater than you care to. And as you're kind of all lying on bits and pieces, the water recedes, leaving you on the beach. With the storm sort of lashing around you, swirling. The waves, however, no longer can find purchase upon you. So you are alive.
Mm-hmm. As soon as I catch my bearings, can I go through the ship to see if anyone else is under it? Like, anything important?
Okay, so you're starting to look for survivors, treasure, survivors.
Well,
treasure,
mostly survivors, but yes.
Okay. The rest of you fellows?
I'm going to be untying myself and then looking around to make sure my newly found compatriots are alive.
All right. Aziz?
I'm still just lying down on the sands, just wondering what the hell just happened.
It does feel like water, wood, and sand has been inserted into you everywhere.
Maybe it's time to get up. So I got up and just look around to see if everyone is alright also.
And Andre?
I just like Vincent. I wonder what's going on. I see my wounds, and I look for anything that I could use to wrap them.
Sure. All right. As you're going through the wreckage, you see each other, scratches, bruises, bumps, and the ship itself has broken up into 3 pieces. The front of the ship is completely buried in the sand. The midsection of the ship has rolled with you higher up onto the beach. The back end of the ship has, because when the ship hit, it broke off. The back is still being washed around by the ocean. The storm, however, appears to be ever so slowly abating. The rain is not so biting, the thunder is not so frequent, and the lightning now seems to be further out to sea. Most of the sailors are kind of washing up every now and again. Ulfgar, you are very pleased to note the sailor with the barrel of rum kind of comes drifting in. He kind of gives you a thumbs up as he kind of arrives.
Well, I help him to shore.
Sure. Of Captain Doomblood, there is no sign. Whether he landed or not, you're not sure. Slightly further up the beach, you can see the very lithe silhouette of the Sajet elf. She appears to have broken her arm because she's cradling it, but she's looking up into the island itself.
I immediately walk up to her to see if she's okay or not.
As you approach, she turns to you, and with her very dark eyes, you can see that she seems to be crying, or maybe it's seawater that's got in her eyes, but her eyes are very red. And she looks you up and down. I was surprised that you did not leave with the rest of the crew. You did not abandon the ship.
Well, you could say Shooks just took over me, and I wasn't thinking back then, so...
Oh. And your companions are all right?
I look back at them, and they seem to be fine.
There's Ulfgar busy pulling this barrel of rum up onto the beach. And Jonathan's kind of helping move timbers out the way. Andre is sort of wrapping cloth around wounds and that sort of thing. Do you have any idea where we are?
I look around and doesn't seem anything familiar to me, no.
No. As a matter of fact, in looking around, you can see that the mountains that are almost immediately after the beach have this very crooked, almost icicle-shaped structure about them. Very, very sharp-looking edges, but there is seaweed everywhere. And it seems to extend up the beach and into the actual heart of the island itself. The ground is very muddy. In between the stones, you can see that there's a lot of sediment that's gathered. The rest of you, you've kind of helped the sailors up. Yep.
Yes, I'm asking. What's your name that you think you're so important with the rum?
1,000 pardons, sir, but when abandoning ship, it's the obligation of the boatswain to make sure that he gets the rum out safe and sound. That way, if you're going to starve and die on a lonely desert island, at least you die happy, right?
Well, you did a good job.
Good. Thank you, sir. Yes. All right. No.
This doesn't tell me your name.
Oh, sorry, sir. You can call me Bart, sir. Everyone calls me Bart, except for my mother. She calls me Bartholomew. But you can call me Bart. It sort of gives you a bit of a bow.
You've done good.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. All right. Well, I suppose we need to set up. Sir, you wouldn't happen to know what island we've just parked ourselves on, would you?
You want me to do an insight check that I would even know, or would I not?
No. You can give me a survival check.
That might help.
You look around and...
Not exactly.
No.
Yeah, 5.
5. This is an island that you have crashed on.
Yes, it is.
And islands have water around them. That's as much as you know. The only reason is I know the captain was talking about our voyage being another 3 weeks, and there are no islands on our journey path, so it does seem a little odd. But, well, anyway, I'll go and set
Have
up
you
the
seen
room.
the captain yet?
No, I have not seen him. I must confess. He was particularly fond of his ship, though, so I reckon he wouldn't have jumped off.
You should go look for him. He's the leader.
All right, let's do that after I've set up the room. Yes.
Priorities.
Right? Priorities. Okay. The rest of the thunderstorm sort of has moved on, and you've spent about an hour going through the wreckage, trying to salvage what you can. What we're going to do here is we're going to use a skill challenge system. So you need to get 4 successes before 3 failures. This is basically to get as much information as you can out of the ship, try and figure out what's going on, and see where we can go from. So the very first skill check that I need, so only one of you can do this, is I need you please to give me a perception check. One of you needs to give me a perception check. Who's it going to be?
Well, mine is +1, so anyone is higher than that?
Mine's plus 1 as well.
I'm a good old 0, so I shouldn't be doing that.
I have a +5, but I do have a few other skills at +5. Mainly, one of them being medicine. I don't know if medicine
So-
is needed here.
Cautious.
So, up to you guys.
All right, go
I'll
for
go
it.
with a percent.
Go for it.
Okay, and I got, well, a 10.
A 10
10
is...
plus 1, so that's 11.
11. Okay, that is a success. All right. Next is I need an insight check from any of the other 3 individuals, please.
Insight. All right. I'm proficient in insight. I can try.
There you go.
So, I'll pass it to
Go
you.
ahead.
Okay, let's see what's going on. All right. 18.
18.
Nice.
Whilst you are busy going through the ship and you're trying to work out what's happening, you come across the ship's chart, which is in the back of the ship. Somehow it managed to get itself trapped inside of a chest. When you opened up that chest, there this thing was. The chart indicates that there is absolutely nothing for the next 700 miles in all directions. You left the continent way to the east, you're sailing west, there is nothing out here. There isn't even an archipelago or an atoll. It is dead space. The map literally is free sailing. There's some wind current directions and some notes about certain areas where the wind just dies down, and those are the areas to avoid. But you can see the captain has plotted a very, very routine course along the wind currents to make best use of wind currents and water currents and that kind of stuff. Next is medicine, please.
I will make that, actually.
Sure.
22.
That's a success.
22.
That's a perfect success. All right. You treating, everyone's going around working, trying to help everybody else out, that kind of thing. It just falls to you, however, to treat the injured Sajet. You are convinced that her broken arm was self-inflicted.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right. So, Andre, that leaves you with the onerous task of the last skill. I need a survival check, please, from you.
Oh, okay. Wisdom. 16.
16. There you go. All right. Flawless skill challenge for the lot of you. Lovely. So you have scoured the beach up and down in all directions looking for anything that has washed up onto the beach, any signs of debris, anything that can be used to help your situation. Because the sailors now have decided that the best thing for them to do is to build some kind of shelter, although everybody is hopeful that the sun will start to rise soon, as it was late in the evening when the storm struck. They feel a shelter is important. They've identified the next most important thing is to find water, but the shelter is critical for now. You've been patrolling up and down just looking for anything that you can possibly find. And all that you can find is a dazzling array of sea creatures that have become stranded in little pools all over the beach and slightly higher up into the rocky areas. You literally are walking amongst sort of a hill-like area. The beach is half a mile away, and you come across this pool of water, and in it there is this octopus that's busy thrashing about, trying to survive in what little water remains. So that's what you're kind of finding all over this space.
All right. Then I cast Speak with Animals to myself,
Sure.
and I converse with the octopus.
As one does.
I ask, yeah. I ask it, do you need help? What's going on?
The big eyes kind of focus on you, and the language is not words per se, as feelings and actions and emotions, but it says, "Where is all the water gone? One moment I was hunting, and the next moment the sky above me. This is not normal."
Oh, how big is the octopus, by the way?
It's probably about that big, and its tentacles are another 3 feet maybe. So it's fairly large, but not gigantic.
Would I be able to carry it?
Sure. Probably weighs about 15 pounds.
I ask the octopus if it would like me to help it back to the ocean.
Will the rest of the ocean floor be suddenly rising up?
I'm not sure, but for now, at least you can go back.
Then I would be most appreciative.
And then I haul him up and I bring him to the ocean.
Perfect. So you three see Andre sort of walking with these tentacles dragging out behind him, and holding this octopus, and he gets to the ocean and then releases the octopus. It doesn't immediately swim away. It lifts its tentacles out of the water and kind of makes these weird gestures towards the paladin. You have my thanks,
Ulfgar.
noble warrior. And then it starts to move back. Ulfgar, yes?
Ulfgar thinks to, or whispers to himself, "Calamari is a delicacy, you know."
All right. What are you doing?
He shakes his head. So I'm with the warlock.
Yes.
Since I heard a woman scream, I want to come check out with them.
Oh. Well, I'm going to say Jonathan's putting a little heavy hand on the broken arm and going to start asking a few questions shortly.
Go for it. She winces, obviously, the moment you put your hand on. Vincent, you see this kind of gathering happening around the Sajet elf?
So I look at everyone and tell them I'm going to try to scout around and probably find something of interest. perhaps food if possible.
Okay.
Jonathan, up to you.
Okay, I was gonna. My first question is: this is a rather interesting injury. Were you on the ship when it crashed, or did you jump ship?
I was on the ship, of course. I did not wish to jump into the water, no.
Hmm. Just noticing not much debris on here, on you, as
I
much as everyone else.
was fortunate? I don't know.
Well, I'm sure it's nothing. I give the arm a pat and start casting Cure Wounds on it.
You are not used to treating women, perhaps, yes?
It's been a long time since I've been in the sanctuary.
Ah,
By the way, this entire conversation is in her. My part of the conversation is in her mind. As he is speaking directly into her mind.
yes, she doesn't seem to notice or mind, depending. Ulfgar, you're not hearing much. She's just responding in common every now and again.
And that's strange, so I'm off. I'm going to find the captain.
Except for we've been
That's just a one-sided
going-
conversation I don't hear.
Except for
So-
you've been with me a good number of times, you know that I only
I
speak
guess
out
so.
loud in Druidic, and when I need to talk to someone, I speak into their mind.
It's much
That makes
easier.
sense.
So, Cure Wounds.
Then I say I'm not getting much out of this conversation, and I'm going off anyway.
Okay, so it's a 10 on Cure Wounds for her.
Perfect. Okay, so the bone starts to knit itself together and she starts to rub her arm. I am grateful, thank you.
Sure. Now that you kind of are grateful, now tell me why you inflicted this on yourself.
I don't know what you mean. Inflicted it on myself. What kind of person would do that? Not a sane person for sure. You don't have to make an insight check to know that she's lying.
Okay. Let's see. Say, I'm going to respond with maybe to garner sympathy with the fellow crew members that have just caught and crashed and hurt.
That would be strange considering the ship just crashed. We should have sympathy for everyone, yes?
Yeah, but it'd be rather odd if one person hadn't had any injuries at all, and people might start yelling at witch or warlock or something like that.
You have a very devious mind. I'm not sure where you're going with this. I am a simple traveler like yourselves. The three of you, while this conversation is happening, are noticing that there is a low-level fog which is now starting to slowly drift down from the mountains, heading towards the beach.
I slowly head back to the group. Tell them something is wrong. Something's wrong with this place.
Vincent, you also noticed just a large amount of sea life trapped in and on the beach and slightly higher up whilst you were doing your journey.
Now,
The
why
same
would
as
all of those? That's very odd. So I tell everyone about it and see what are their thoughts about it.
Sure.
What do you guys think? There are a lot of sea creatures on the land, which is kinda not normal.
We need to
Also-
regroup. Being separated is dangerous.
That's true. One more question. How is she?
She'll be fine. As
Does she look fine, though?
I said she, right?
Yeah.
That's what you were talking about?
Yeah, the Sajet, yeah, she's fine.
Yeah.
She looks better, although slightly... nervous.
At this point, I'm going to pull out 10 berries from my bag,
Mm-hmm.
common berries, and cast Good Berry on them.
Perfect.
And I'm going to hand one to the. I'm sorry, what was your character's name again? Hoagie? What was
Andre.
Okay. Andre? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to hand one to Andre and say into his head, "Can you sneak one into her pocket? I don't trust her."
How am I? Alright. How so?
She inflicted the wound upon herself. And is avoiding all my conversations and dealing with it.
Other than the self-infliction, did you notice anything else about the one? Like how she would have inflicted it to herself?
Well, that's a good question.
You suspect that she used some kind of leverage because the break is very, very clean. So she could have put her arm between two of the pins on the ship and just pressed quickly. That would have snapped it. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to say, he's going to continue by saying, she's going to seem to have snapped it quite abruptly, maybe some leverage on the ship.
Alright. Okay. I take the berry and I go over to I go over to the elf and I check on what she's doing right now.
All right. She is busy quietly chatting to the sailors who are slowly starting to erect this lean-to structure.
All right. So I join them and I ask I try to overhear what they're talking about. Meanwhile, I ask, "Do you need help with that? With the erection of the structure?"
The sailors are all polite. There's 4 of them that have survived quite well. They don't seem to be too badly injured. They were the ones that jumped ship. No, it's all right. Thank you. Thank you. We've kind of got it. Hoping that you keep your eye out, for anything. But no, we're all right. Thank you. If you could find the captain, that would be damned useful. Very, very useful to have a captain around, sort of type of thing.
All right. Could I roll insight to figure out what they're actually up to?
You can roll inside if you like, but they do seem to be fairly telling the truth.
Okay.
I'll come back to you.
And
Vincent?
yeah, please come back.
It's the 3 of you, so Vincent, Jonathan, and Ulfgar, you still sort of clustered together. It was only Andre who went off to the sailors.
So there's not even a sign of the captain.
Not
even a sign that.
Nothing.
I'm just looking for a leader. I'm a soldier. I'm looking usually for someone to guide.
Right?
So yeah, you haven't even found his corpse? Hopefully not. Nothing at all? No sign of him?
Jonathan's going to respond to him with, "No, I haven't seen anything. By the way, hold on to this. Don't eat it." As he hands him a good berry.
Well, thank you very much.
And he'll hand one over to the other men with him as well. He's then going to cast Detect Magic to make sure he can sense that they have their magic, the good berry on them.
All right.
Just to make sure it works.
The good berries definitely have magic about them. And as you happen to casually you're looking at the good berries, you just happen to look around, which of course changes your focus. The fog that is slowly starting to drift in, the whole fog just lights up. It is some kind of necromantic fog.
Yay.
Oh.
I slowly hold on to my weapon. Okay, this is really, really getting disturbing. Have you got any ideas what sort of fog is this? Because it doesn't sound very normal.
Jonathan is going to respond and saying it's nothing natural, at least.
As soon as the fog rolls in,
Mhm.
I use one of my uses of divine sense.
All right.
So that will let me search for celestial fiends and undead.
Sure. How long does it last for?
Um,
I think it's 10 minutes.
it's 60 feet from me and until the end of my next turn. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. The fog is now no more than 30 feet away from all of you, and the elf, the Sajet, she suddenly spins around, and you can see that she looks panicked. Yep. And she says, "Don't let it touch you! I can save some of us, but not all of us." She starts to cast the spell around her. The sailors look at the fog and break into a run along the beach, only to realize that the fog is kind of coming in from all sides.
So are we cornered?
You literally, now that you're standing there, you start looking around, you realize that this fog is almost in a half moon shape around you. It's rolling down the mountain, it's rolling along the beach as well.
Okay, so I slightly walk back towards the opening where the fog isn't really reaching.
So as it's
I
closing
think
around
we should
you,
listen
it's
to her.
corralling you in, so you're stepping towards the Sajet elf then.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Right. So is Jonathan. It's like, okay.
Jonathan would actually also like to focus in on her to see what kind of school her magic is. With the detect magic.
The spell, the spell that she's busy casting is an abjuration spell of some kind.
Okay.
Andrew, what are you doing?
So my divine sense senses nothing.
Nothing yet.
All right. For me the smartest decision would be to join them and check out what the elf is doing.
All right.
I look at her and ask her, so what is this? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Sure.
Well, I ready my hammer, and I'm saying, everybody stay close.
Are you also moving towards the elf?
I'm getting close with everybody. Yeah, it's a pact thing. Yeah,
Sure.
type.
So the four of you are clustering together around the Sajet elf. The fog is moving in. One of the sailors shouts, "Oh, look, it's the captain!" All four of them run forward to the part of the beach where the front of the ship plowed into it. And the Sajet elf screams at them, "Get back, don't go there!" As they rush forward, the fog seems to almost leap forward. It leaps forward. They just start screaming as the fog completely envelops them. And you hear this boiling, bubbling, bursting sound coming from within the fog. Your divine sense flares up, and you can see that there are undead now standing directly in front of your little gathering. The Sajet spell goes off, and there's this green dome that surrounds you and just oscillates with different shades of green energy. Can I have initiatives from everybody, please?
All right then. I got
9.
7.
9 as well.
3.
All right, so let me go through that again. Ulfgar, 9.
9.
Vincent,
7.
7. Andre,
9.
9. Jonathan,
3.
The rolls.
wow.
Well,
We're all
Okay.
amazed by the bubble.
Everyone is just standing going, "It's so pretty. Look at all the colors." Okay.
An interesting magic, I see. It's
Yeah.
a magic trick.
The fog now completely envelops the dome, and as it touches the dome changes from this green light show to this very dark purple swirling energy as the fog seems to be trying to get in. Stepping towards you, however, are 4 skeleton-like creatures. You can see flesh is hanging from their bones. They're wearing the uniforms that the sailors were wearing previously, but where there once was flesh is now exposed bone or muscle, bits of hair hang out, and they all seem to be slowly lurching towards you. This brings us to Ulfgar. What you doing?
So this is obviously in malice. They're obviously very angry and
they don't
coming
seem
towards us. Yes.
Very happy.
Yes. I say I've got some necromancy of my own, and I used chill touch on the one closest.
All right, you cast Chill Touch. As you stick your hand forward, make your attack there.
All right. Plus 11.
11.
Probably not.
As you reach forward to touch the creature, the purple swirling kind of moves with your hand, so the bubble deforms slightly as you reach forward.
Well, it's a dead hand ranged attack, but just
it's a ranged
just to tell you.
Yes, quite right. So, nonetheless, as you're casting around, the bubble's kind of moving to accommodate your actions. Yeah, the hand kind of reaches out. It does hit, do damage. Yeah, these things they don't seem to be very aware of their surroundings, and they're just sort of lurching forward.
Okay. 3. Okay, I have 3 damage, and if they're undead, it's disadvantage on attack rolls.
Gotcha.
Okay, you're probably aware. Sorry.
No, that's perfect. Andre, you see Ulfgar chant low, and suddenly one of these creatures kind of lurches a little bit. What you doing?
I run to Ulfgar. Did I pronounce it correctly?
He's right next to you. You're all in that circle.
Okay.
It's a 20-foot radius, so you're all right next to each other.
Okay. My first instinct is to attack the hand going for Ulfgar with my rapier.
Okay. He cast the hand at the creature. So there are the undead creatures are coming forward.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's undead creatures. So you saw Ulfgar
so the
throwing
hand
this.
Ulfgar.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. In that case, then I wield my rapier.
Sure.
And I get ready to attack. And I get ready to attack anything that comes near any enemy that comes near Ulfgar.
Perfect. That brings us to Vincent.
I immediately draw out my weapons. Well, let's play. And I kind of go close to the border of the dome we're in.
Yes.
And so basically, can I attack if they're outside?
Yes, you can.
So I attempt to attack the closest one.
Perfect. Make your attack.
All right.
Now you're using 2 blades. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Make your attacks.
What's with the 7s? I got a 7. What is this? Wait, actually, let me add it. Oh yeah, so the attack bonus is +5, so 7 + 5.
13, 12. Perfect. That is a hit. Do damage.
Yeah,
yes.
All right, so it's 8. Okay, this is ridiculous. Another 7.
That's good.
It might be ridiculous to you, but to the creature, it's fatal. You slice in with the one blade, and then you just drive your other blade straight through its chest, and almost use a scissor-like motion to pull it in half. It splatters around in all different directions and lands in a sort of a quivering heap at your feet. This brings us around to Jonathan.
Okay, I stop looking at the giant dome
Yeah.
and going to pull out a U wand and my quarterstaff, using a bonus action to cast Shillelagh,
Right?
my movement action to move up to an undead, and then my major action to swing with the Shillelagh.
Perfect. Make your attack.
Okay. 23.
That's a hit. Do your damage.
Oh, sorry, 22. My bad. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Shame on you.
D8 plus 3, so that's
Nice.
11.
11 damage.
Yes.
Your staff cracks into it, and the power of the shillelagh effervesces around the staff, and as it almost burns through the bones and the flesh, and when you pull it back, the thing takes half a step forward and then just collapses to the side, unmoving and completely dead. Back to the top of the round, there's now only 2 of these things left. There's one that's facing Ulfgar, and there's another one's going to come around and attack Andri. You had prepared for that attack, so it's now stepping into that space.
Yes.
You may make your counter to that, Andri.
All right. I rolled a 23,
There you go.
Mhm.
Do your damage.
and what is it? 1d8. I rolled a 12 for damage.
Ordinarily, a rapier wouldn't do much against a skeleton, but thankfully there's still quite a lot of flesh on the creature. So your rapier, you slide it in once through the shoulder, pull it out, and then immediately again slide it straight through the eye socket of its head. It quivers slightly on the end of your blade before you whip the blade out, flicking whatever goo was on the blade into the back of the group. It then drops directly in front of you. The last remaining creature which tries to attack Ulfgar is dazed, which is tricky for an undead, right? But it seems to be moving incredibly slowly. So, 18, and because it has disadvantage, 18 again. So it hits you, even
course.
though it's like
Yes, sir, it does.
it's not so much a hit as it lurches onto you, and because its ribs are exposed and that kind of thing, you're taking damage, and you take a whole 4 points of damage as this thing hits you. You realize it's hot. Its flesh is hot. Its bones are hot. All right, so it kind of slashes into you. It quivers. All of you hear, but coming from where the ship was, this kind of wood splintering sound. And something heavy being pushed or dragged aside. Back to you, Ulfgar.
And so I'm reeling from the damage, but I'm like, oh, that's it. And so I take out the warhammer and I'm smashing at him.
Make your attack.
Yep. That's 18.
That's a hit. Do your damage.
Let's see what happens. 8 damage.
8 damage. You swing your hammer around and up and catch it under the chin. The whole head just rips off and sails out into the murky water nearby. As it lands in the water, the set of tentacles just comes out of the water, grabs the skull, and it just drags it down.
Random.
Right?
Oh,
Headless corpse then just topples over backwards behind you. The fog, you can see, is now starting to clear. Almost as quickly as it came rolling in, it's now starting to empty itself out. The Sajet in the middle screams at you, "Is that all of them? Are they all gone?"
it appears so. I'm just looking at them.
Yes, insight check. What was the wood crack?
Looks like it.
So you don't need to make an insight check insofar as you see it looks like the figurehead of the ship. The figurehead was an orc maiden with long flowing blonde hair and these fairly well endowed pectoral attachments, right?
You just come with women.
You see that starting to, it looks like it's rising and falling, coming towards you from where that sound happened. Immediately following behind it is the orcish captain. He's holding it like a shield. That's in the one hand. In the other hand, he has 3 harpoons. And he looks fine, except for the fact that half his face is burnt off and there's just the skull and teeth sticking out. And his shoulders are kind of smoking. He doesn't look happy. This brings us to Andre. You ready? No, you haven't attacked this round. What do you do?
Yeah. Is he in?
He's about 40
Is
foot
he
away.
in short enough? Oh, 40 foot.
Yeah.
All right. I go in front of the group again, and I ready as well. But this time I ready to smite.
All right. You all see the little paladin running in front of you. In the case of the dwarf, that's kind of useful shield. In the case of the humans, well, at least your groin is protected. This brings us through to Vincent.
Is the dome down or is it still up?
It's still kind of shimmering there. She's still using her power to keep it going. But as the fog is lifting, you kind of think she's probably going to be able to drop it because that's kind of what it was protecting you from.
I ask the elf to drop the shield so I can charge forward towards the captain.
If the fog is not gone, it will turn you into undead. Is that exactly what you want?
I thought it was still gone.
Is it not completely
Oh, well.
cleared yet? Do you risk it?
I suppose not.
All right.
Better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry.
All right. So then, what are you doing?
So I guess I take out my crossbow and try to attack him from afar.
All right. Assuming
I'm gonna use an action. Of
yeah,
course.
you wouldn't have had it loaded and prepared and that kind of thing. All right.
No.
Jonathan.
So I take out my crossbow.
Yeah.
And try and load it.
Perfect. Jonathan.
Okay. Jonathan's going to go up to behind Andre, right?
Yep.
That's pronounced. Okay.
Yeah.
He's going to then put a hand on his back and cast Cure Wounds.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
I think I might need that.
5.
Hey, what about
I
me?
definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, each one of you received 10 damage. I got 18.
Yeah, but you aren't playing tank at the moment.
Yeah. All right. So that is what Jonathan does. The undead Captain Doomblood holds up the harpoons, and he just throws all 3 of them at once, and these things just sail out. So there are 4 of you. That's a D4. Choose a number. Andre.
4.
Jonathan.
2.
2 for
2.
Robert there.
Sorry.
So it's,
Yeah.
Oh, then I'll take 3.
you'll take 3. That leaves you with 1, Aziz.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The number that gets chosen is the person who does not get a harpoon thrown at them.
Okay.
It is number 3. Everybody else, this
Good. The
harpoon.
squishing base did not get hit.
Yes. You hid behind a harping. Well done.
Okay.
Right.
What
so,
a noble thing to do.
yes. Okay, so here we go. The harpoon for Andre is a hit. The harpoon for Vincent is a miss. The harpoon buries itself in the shale next to you. The harpoon for Ulfgar is a critical miss, and it is a 1 and a 1, so it's just a regular miss. As he throws it, the harpoon just kind of crumbles up. It's obviously had a fracture in its structure. However, Andre is hit by a harpoon, and you take 10 points of damage. This thing just
Whoa.
skewers you through the chest, and Jonathan, you're kind of ducked down behind the halfling. This point just comes out of the back of the halfling. You're like, it's probably not a good thing. Yeah, kind of prodded. Does this hurt? Okay, Ulfgar.
Well,
The
All right.
Sajet elf drops to her knees, and the whole dome just collapses around you. The air stings a little bit on your skin, but aside from that, nothing else happens. You can see the fog is now almost completely gone.
Okay. Is the captain still covered in any kind of water? Just curious. You know, like soaking wet from being undead and all.
Definitely still wet.
So I wanted to do chromatic orb
Right?
of lightning damage. We'll see how that goes.
All right.
And plus 12.
12. That is a first level spell, am I correct?
A what? First, yes.
First level spell, so that means I have to roll for your wild magic.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing seems to happen except for your spell going off, which is perfect. All right. Yes. So the spell sells out. Do your damage. Yeah.
Okay. It is 11 damage.
Wow. The energy just crackles over him and plays across the figurehead. The figurehead's one well-endowed carving explodes out in a shower of splinters from this electrical damage. He staggers forward slightly. Andre?
Is the harpoon still stuck inside me?
Yes, at the moment it is, so it will give you disadvantage on any kind of movement or dexterity-based actions, since it's longer than
Okay.
you are.
I'm going to try to dislodge it.
Sure. Give me a medicine check, please.
Yeah. Wisdom. 4.
Oh.
All right, Jonathan, you have an opportunity here because you see Andre going, this is going to hurt, and then just starting to try and pull the harpoon out. But of course, harpoons have a hook at the back so that they don't come out. So that they don't come out of whales that are swimming away from a heavy ship. So your opportunity here, because you're right next to the paladin, is to grab that harpoon and prevent him from re-impaling himself with the back of the harpoon's hook. If you do so, though, you might just get your hands impaled, but it's your call. You also can just watch what happens.
I will be intervening.
All right. Okay.
What do I need to make?
I need you to give me either an athletics or an acrobatics check, please, to grab that harpoon.
I'm going to do acrobatics because athletics is a -1.
Sure.
Oh. 6.
6.
Oh well.
Okay.
All right. So the paladin's like, this is going to hurt, and just starts yanking. You reach out and try and stop, but before you actually even get there, you fumbling with the staff in one hand and your wand in the other. You pull that harpoon backwards, and you just have this burning sensation in your back as you feel metal digging deeper into your shoulder blade. You take an additional 2 points of damage.
All right.
Yeah.
You hear a voice in your head. I tried.
I tried. Vincent?
At least I tried.
It's the thought that matters.
Yes.
What you doing, Vincent?
Since I've already loaded my crossbow, I aim and try to shoot it.
Make your attack.
And that's a 19.
That's a hit. The bolt flies straight out, true and clear, directly towards the captain's chest. What's your damage?
Alright, so let's see. That's a 4.
4 damage.
Mhm.
Okay. There's a sickening crunch as the bolt kind of disappears into his shoulder, and it kind of gets lost in amongst the flesh that's remaining there, but you can see there is sort of an ooze slowly starting to seep out of the wound. Jonathan?
Okay. Seeing as how the lightning was so effective before, he's going to swap out his U wand for a regular wand, and then cast, using his last spell slot, Witch Bolt on him.
Witch Bolt. Alright, make your ranged attack.
Okay. Six.
Oh. Zap! Oh! Part of the ship explodes. Bits of shrapnel rain down everywhere. The captain... yeah? Go for it.
I was wondering if I could continue concentrating on that to keep the stream active.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Because it's kind of...
Okay.
The orc takes the figurehead and just starts running towards you. At the moment, Andre, you are still in the front because that's kind of where you position yourself. So he's just running straight towards you. From behind him, you see him pulling out this large curved scimitar, and he just swipes that straight at you. And he hits an armor class of 12, and your armor class is 15. So,
Yeah.
I'm assuming your armor classes haven't changed from the character sheets that you submitted to me.
Yep.
The blade slices down, and it bounces off of your shoulder plate and just buries itself in the sand next to you. He growls at you, and as he does so, you see sort of seawater just bubbling out of his mouth. So he obviously drowned.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure. Ulfgar?
So I see the effect on the maidens, the maiden wooden, their carvings.
Yeah.
Okay, so I say, as much as it pains me to say, I think these are the source, and so I aim again, but I'll do Ray of Frost.
All right, you fire off Ray of Frost.
That's what happens. 15 plus 9 or 4 is 19.
This white crystalline energy shoots out towards your target. Do your damage.
Oops, that's a 10. Sorry. And that's why. Anyway, 1. 1 damage.
Okay.
Nothing.
You're like, wah! And it just glances off of the figurehead. He kind of blocks your blast. There's a little bit of splintering that happens, but nothing major. Andre?
How far is he, if I may ask?
He is
He's right in front of.
Yeah, he's right in front of Andre. 4 foot away from Jonathan.
Okay.
From you, he's maybe 15 feet, if that. He's well within range. And from Ulfgar, also 15 feet or so. Yeah. All right, Andre.
Sorry for interrupting.
Okay. I shout at him, and then I punch his face, but the punch is a smite.
Make your attack. This little harping just screams out in rage. Yeah.
It is an 8.
Screams out in rage, and you're sort of trying to swing, but there's also this pole out in front of you. So there's kind of lots of swinging and screaming and shouting going on. But yeah, you're just not kind of getting close enough to hit him. You rolled an 8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's just this wild screaming and rage, and anger and shortness, and lack of reach. Vincent?
Okay, so I'm gonna be using my second wind to heal myself because I'm relatively close to death.
All right.
Relatively.
Okay, Jonathan.
So that's
Because is that a bonus action for you?
Bonus.
I think so.
it's an action.
Is it a
It's
full
an
action?
action actually.
Are you sure? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think so.
Jonathan?
Okay, so it's a 1d10 plus
Yes.
3, so 4. Okay, just go.
Are you happy?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Okay, so Jonathan, seeing that his bolt missed violently and connected to keep the stream active,
Yes.
so Jonathan's going to try to move so that he puts the orc in between the stream and at the same moment jolt the bolt so it deals damage.
All right. Do you need to make an attack for that?
Once the bolt is connected, there is no attacks need to be made.
Sure.
I do believe I would recommend that he gets a save so that to get out of the way of the from my positioning, though.
So he does get a saving throw. Right.
Well,
He fails.
I'm recommending that.
Doesn't matter. He's not even moving. He's just focused on this little screaming ball of rage in front of him right now.
6 lightning damage.
6 lightning damage.
Yep.
All right. As your beam crosses through the orc, you all get this incredible scent of burning hair and flesh, and then there's a loud "Pooh!" as the orc just explodes into bits, and bits of flesh land all around, bits of bone land all around, and there's still a screaming little paladin trying to hit something in front of him.
You did it.
I punched some good.
Yeah. There is silence
Jonathan's gonna.
for a very brief moment, except for the lapping of the waves and the sucking of the water as it washes back into the darkness beyond. What do you do?
So there's nothing from the women, the statues. I was just being paranoid.
The figurehead kind of dropped down next to him, but it's completely broken now. But yes, it doesn't seem to have been much of a source of anything.
Since my detect magic was up, was it any magical?
The figurehead.
Yes.
The figurehead contained some magic, but it was a transmutation / divination magic. Very, very weak and getting weaker by the second. You suspect it may have been something to help the ship originally, but not anymore.
Okay.
So I look at the halfling and ask him if he needs any help taking that thing out of his chest.
Yeah.
It would be very much appreciated.
Jonathan's gonna interrupt and says, I think I have the most... He's actually gonna speak in common for once, actually out loud, and say, I think I have the best medical advice here.
I could use my hammer. I could totally bust it through.
No, that'll kill him. We need him alive.
The other way. Opposite.
All right.
Just as long as he doesn't
Yeah.
pull it to shank himself again.
Yeah.
I may not be expert in medicine, but that'll probably still kill him.
I don't know anything. My intelligence is -1.
I am like tourniquet.
Okay, I
Although-
require a combined medicine check from everybody. Everyone can participate with it because everyone's useful, right? Even if it's just holding a rag. I need a combined medicine check of 35.
Including myself.
Everybody.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because you can hold it while they're busy pulling it. You can talk to them. So I'll just run through very quickly. Ulfgar, what did you contribute?
9.
9. Vincent?
15.
15. That puts you on 24. Andri?
A very helpful 4.
28.
Oh.
Which
Right.
means, Jonathan, did you get above 7?
I got a 16.
There it is.
Nice.
16. Okay, so there we go. So there's some pulling, some screaming, and there's a lot of no, wait, let's do this rather than let's do this. Eventually, you manage to sever the harpoon where the metal section joins the wooden section, and then slide that sucker out the back so that it doesn't do too much more damage. Then, with the amount of healing between the lot of you, you manage to mitigate anything that would happen thereafter. But it does take you quite some time. During that period, the Sajet elf is wandering around, constantly kind of looking out at sea, looking at the ship, looking up at the mountains, and every now and again she's whispering, I don't see any more mist. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. There's no more mist. I think we're okay.
Okay.
All right.
I look at her and tell her. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, to that medicine check, I was gonna just add a bit of flavor where he would have shoved a good berry in his mouth to shut him up while he was screaming.
Here, chew on
From
this.
pulling. Which would give you 1 hit point, by the
Nice.
way.
Aziz?
All right.
I look at this. Yeah, I look at this jet elf and tell her, "Thank you very much for helping us."
It was
And
my
by
duty,
protecting-
was it not? And I would hope that it would perhaps allay the fears of certain individuals, she says, looking very pointedly at Jonathan.
Why? What?
Me?
I look at John and tell him, "Well, does that clear everything out?"
He's actually going to continue speaking in common for a while now. Is going to say, well, she gets a pass for now. Squinty eyes. Staring.
I think they like each
Well,
Yeah.
maybe you're correct.
All right. Should we take a 5-minute break? Are you guys happy to carry on? It's up to you.
I don't mind carrying on.
Not
I'm
so
good to
bad.
carry on. I don't see any issues
I'm
with
good
Skype either.
there. Yeah.
Good to carry on.
No,
Robert?
quality seems good to me.
All right, perfect. And let's just
I
Just have a sip of water.
yes.
I'm done.
while using 10 of my lay on hands points to myself,
All right.
I contribute to the conversation and say, well, you definitely know what's going on, referring to the Sajat elf, or at least know more than we do. So, what is going on?
I don't
agree with what you said.
I don't know what you mean in terms of know what is going on. I know nothing. I am as much a prisoner here on this island as you are.
But
John?
you obviously knew how to react to the mist.
Yeah, she did mention that it was her duty anyway.
The mist, yes. It was a lucky guess. She says.
Jonathan
she
is
takes a couple steps back from you guys.
Jonathan's gonna yell,
Um,
by the great keeper of knowledge, out with it, damn it. And he's gonna hit something.
Give me an intimidation check there, please.
Okay. 22.
Mhm.
Did you really need to do that?
She
Yeah.
falls on her knees in front of you all and says, all right, please. There's no need for more violence. I know a little about this place, or what I think this place is. Are any of you aware of the paladin known as Uthar Pendarus? You can all give me history or religion checks.
I suck at both
Okay.
of those.
Anybody get above
6.
15?
11.
I'm looking for
Oh.
15 or a higher.
Well,
Nat 20 on religion.
Nice.
Mhm.
You also got a
same. I got a nat 20 for religion. Why can I not get those when I actually need them?
All right. So, both of you kind of look at each other and then look back at the elf when she mentions the name Uthar Pendarus. A very quick religion lesson is about 2,000 years ago. There was this evil invasion by an extraplanar race of beings. They were attacking from what was referred to as the Voss Empire. Their particular powers were almost absolute until Uthar Pendarus came along and he slew the leader of the Voss, an evil spirit-type being known as Dementos Erfid. The problem is that nobody knows where that final battle took place, and Uthar Pendarus and Dementos Erfid, neither one of them walked away from the battle. It happened somewhere, and all of a sudden, the power that Dementos had over the beings that were invading disappeared, and the beings withdrew back into their dimension, and the planet of Braxia was saved. But there was no Uthar Pendarus either. There are rumors that the battle took place out in the middle of the ocean, but it doesn't mention which ocean, and as you can see behind me, there is lots of ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan's going to respond with, I know many of the truths of that man.
Yeah, I do recall hearing that name. In books especially, they refer to him.
That is correct. I think this is the island in which that battle took place.
What makes you say that?
She points to a particular mountain. It's maybe 3 miles away from the beach that you're on, in amongst low foothills. If you look at that mountain, does it not have a strange shape at the top of it? Now that you all
Yes, indeed.
sort of look, you see that the top of the mountain, it instead of going to a normal apex, it goes into this bizarre kind of T shape, as if it's a T inverted upside down. So from a certain angle, it might look like the mountain is holding a sword aloft.
Mm-hmm.
Pendarus
actually, you're
was
right.
famous for his sword, yes? So,
Yes, indeed.
and this island is not on any maps, no?
That is true.
I think you had the map.
Oh, I had the map.
Yeah,
No.
you've still got it.
Yeah, I
The
did.
captain's charts, yeah. It's
Oh,
very...
I got a map.
Yeah,
I know
it's
this one.
It's a very good map.
I roll it out.
This is what it looks like. Because it's in the middle of the ocean, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
that's the map in the middle of the ocean.
Okay.
All right.
Super helpful. Super helpful.
It's a blue piece of paper.
It's just a big piece of paper. That's
Can-
it.
Can I roll on nature to see if that formation is at any way possible natural?
Sure. Give me the next check.
I have stone cunning, which gives me intelligence for the stonework. Is that even close to what this is?
That'll absolutely help as well.
That'll help?
I got an 11.
11. Okay.
Oh, nat 20. Anyway, didn't need it.
Look at all these 20s coming out, right? That's
All of them.
fantastic.
Now. Get them out now.
Wow.
So you're looking at the mountain, Jonathan, from could it be wind, could it be erosion, could it be rain? You're looking at it as a dwarf, and that structure, that's a created structure.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is an Uther site, as the gentleman said, it's 1,000+ years old. It should have withered down to a little stump, and yet it's this great big structure. So that's definitely not natural.
That's a created structure. There's no way. That's natural. Yeah, I'll just repeat it.
Well, we have a destination now. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we
I
want to spend
agree.
unless we want to spend an hour or so somewhere. To
I don't think I want to be facing more undead, so no.
No. We'll run out of anything soon.
Yeah.
Way on the
Okay.
horizon in the far east, you can see that there is a little line of light starting to play across the top of the horizon, heralding the arrival of dawn. But other than that, the island is fairly quiet. So, what are you going to do?
You can start headed towards it, I guess. That would be. I'm gonna try to guide everyone towards it. I don't know if I'm the leader, but I'll just try anyway.
Jonathan's going to ask if you hold up for a moment, so we can find a tree, maybe get high ground to look at the path, see if there's an easier path than the others. Don't want to
You're a
go
thinker.
blindly walking across an island.
You're a thinker.
That is true.
I have many years guided by the Keeper of Knowledge.
All right. So, looking, you think that the way that these mountains are arranged, that if you head up the beach, maybe half a mile, it looks like there's a natural pass that just leads deeper into the mountain range itself.
Okay. Jonathan will point that out to everyone.
Okay.
So
Let's
it
go.
looks like a decent spot
I'm so
start.
ready to go. As a character, I'm so ready to go. Let's go.
All
I'm
right.
excited.
We got
I'm
ourselves a
excited I
destination.
figured out the mountain. Go ahead.
Ulfgar is heading up the beach.
I follow immediately.
All right.
I follow immediately, just as excited, but more looking at the landscape and appreciating it.
Perfect. As you continue further up the beach, that sea life is still ever present. And even when you break away from the beach, you start moving through the rocky terrain. The shale that the mountains is made out of, that is punctured through this very mud-like surface. So when you're stepping on the stonier areas, it's fairly easy to move. But every now and again, your boot steps into a puddle of, it looks like it's a brown surface, a hard surface. You step onto it and your foot sinks in almost maybe 15, about 8-9 inches deep into this mud, which then you pull your boot out. It doesn't have a lot of smell to it, except just very salty. And it kind of slows your progress down a little bit as you're moving deeper into this range. Now, are you walking next to each other? Or are you walking behind each other?
Next to each other, I suppose.
Jonathan will be next to the female and trying to help her along. Maybe ask her a few questions along the way.
Sure. What are you asking her?
Questioning.
I'm going to say so. Abdication. That's an interesting school to know. Not many have that. Where'd you learn it?
Yes, it would be an interesting school for some. I mean, yes, it is an interesting school. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I learned that. Yes.
Where?
I was privately tutored. Should you not be looking out for fog or something? She says, trying to increase the distance between you and her.
While they're doing that, I'll be with the paladin and saying, "Look, I hope you're not offended by the necromancy spell that I had to throw out, but I try to get the job done.
While
Only one I know."
While I wouldn't use it myself, I respect other people's opinions, and you do you.
You are awesome.
All right. The journey takes you 2 or 3 hours to make your way deeper into the mountains, and the sea life again still remains everywhere. Little pools of fish swimming around in frantic circles. The mud is still present. The mountains look as if they're almost waves frozen in time as they're about to collapse over. So there's very hook-like structures towering around over you. Other than that, you're not seeing any life. There's no kind of vegetation growing. There's clumps of seaweed everywhere, but that's it. And it's all just limply piled on the ground. Then, however, high above you, wheeling in the sky, which is now blushed pink with the rising of the sun, is, it looks like some kind of bird, but it's cawing at you. It's shrieking out, "Caw! Caw!"
Oh, that's an annoying bird.
Yes, I agree with you, says Nefari. I suggest you destroy it. It is obviously a vile thing. You have
I
your
take out my
crossbow.
crossbow still.
Yes, use
Yes.
your crossbow.
Let's see, do I roll to hit?
Yes, if you're firing.
Alright. Yeah, sure. Why not? And that's a 17.
That hits.
Jonathan was going to momentarily lunge to the crossbow, try to get him to stop, and then bolt fire fires. Like,
you're going to try and stop him?
was.
I would have
Was.
tried to. I would
Okay.
have tried to stop. So.
Sorry about that. Give me initiative checks, everybody.
Right.
Let's see who acts.
Alright.
Because you're pulling out your crossbow.
Ooh, I'm oblivious. I'm 1.
I am
looking
one
straight
above
ahead.
you.
You're one
Oh,
above him.
no.
I,
Vincent's
I have
above
a 5.
him. 5?
I also have a 5.
The rolls had a
Oh, wow. Okay. So here's how it plays out in very slow motion, I might add. So,
What a bunch of adventurers
Yes.
failing at adventuring.
So, Vincent is busy raising his crossbow upwards. Jonathan, you're going, no, and sort of reaching towards it. As you're reaching towards it, the Sajet elf is currently slamming her foot down onto your shin, Jonathan. And so it's like, no, what are you doing? As you kind of being pushed aside by Nefari. Okay. She doesn't, however, see the halfling rising up out of the depths of the knee height and sort of grabbing the crossbow and sailing sideways as Vincent's like, whoa. Alright?
Oh no.
Ulfgar kind of turns around going,
That was a bad idea.
and this crossbow just comes sailing down towards him and ends pointing at your head, like here.
Oh man.
Oh god.
Yep.
Do you
more damage.
fire, Vincent?
At point blank? Really? That shouldn't hurt, maybe. Maybe. Do I roll for damage?
Yeah.
No, please don't. Please don't give me one. Yes, I got a 1.
1 damage.
1 damage.
So the bolt fires out and it just nicks across the top of your ear, Ulfgar.
Thank God.
And then kind of time returns to normal. No, we mustn't stop him from shooting the evil. What are you doing?
What do you guys want? I'm just trying to shut up some sort of bird.
Let me try to.
It's a living animal.
I use my last spell slot for speak with animals again, and I call the attention of the bird.
Okay. Is anyone gonna try and interpose that or prevent the paladin from doing that?
Fine, I shit my crossbow and I was like, fine.
Jonathan's
whatever.
going to ask for him to hold on a second. Well, our friend here tells us the truth about this bird. As he just slowly turns and starts staring at her.
All right. What are you
Okay,
asking?
so I'm about to.
Yep, you cast the spell. No one's stopping you. What are you asking?
Am I able to call the attention of the bird? Like,
It certainly seems to
do
be.
I have its attention?
It's as you call up to it, you realize that it is circling above you, watching, kind of grabbing, trying to get your attention. And as soon as you cast Speak with Animals,
Yeah.
what you're hearing it shouting out is "Beware! Beware! Beware!"
And okay, so I reply, beware of what? Where are we?
Beware of Seska! Beware of Seska! She returns! She returns!
And
Seskar, you said? Just noting names.
while
three of
looking
you-
at the
I'll come to you now, Hoogie. The three of you, please
Okay.
give me perception checks. So, Jonathan, Vincent, and Ulfgar.
Perception. Nothing. So 9.
9. All right.
I am
11.
the number 2.
Vincent's like, my crossbow missed. Jonathan,
Why
you got
did it miss?
11.
11. Okay. Your next question, please, Andre.
I while talking to the bird,
Mhm.
I face the Sajet elf with
She is
with much
currently
suspicion.
she is now 30 feet away from the party, and you realize that your three companions are all busy looking up at the bird, and no one was watching her as she was trying to very quietly step away. And everyone's kind of like looking up at the bird, and then you look at the bird, you look away, and she's just very slowly stepping backwards. She stops when she sees you. What you doing?
I while looking at the woman, I ask the bird, "Are you talking about her?"
It comes a little bit closer. All right. Seska, must not. And from behind you, you're busy looking at the woman. She's casting a spell. She's busy pulling magic out of the atmosphere towards herself. The rest of you can now act.
Okay.
Yes, Jonathan, what are you doing?
I was just gonna say, previously, when he was talking to the bird, I was actually staring at her to begin with.
Yeah, but there was a momentary lapse in concentration. She took advantage of it. She started to move. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
What do you?
So we still
what do you
didn't
do?
notice her, right?
No. Now that you can't, you're sort of watching the bird circle, and then Hoagie is talking in a different direction. So instead of shouting up to the bird, she's now sort of shouting past you guys. Now you're free to act, to look around, and you see that Manefo has taken several steps back, and she's busy pulling magic out of the air towards herself. So I'm just going to run through my list quickly. Jonathan, are you doing anything?
Yes, I would like to try and cast my cantrip Druidcraft that produces a harmless nature effect, which I'll try to do fog around her, trying to get her to freak out due to the fog incident before.
All right, Andre.
While she's focused, she's gathering the magic.
Mhm.
How far is she away from me?
30 feet.
30 feet?
I cast. Oh wait, no, I ran out of spells. Huh.
That's why I'm a cantrip.
I prepare my short bow.
You start pulling your short bow off. Okay.
Yeah. I get my short bow and an arrow as well.
Vincent.
I'm just looking. What is going on? Everyone's just drawing out weapons. Someone's casting a spell. Can someone just say what's going on?
Yes,
I'm
because
rather confused.
you don't speak Raven. Correct. So you literally see the halfling is just pulling out her bow. The war druid is busy creating something with magic, and she is busy creating something with magic as well.
Like, when I attempted to shoot the bird, everyone is trying to stop me. And now when I didn't attempt to shoot the bird, everyone's throwing their weapons. What is going on exactly?
All right, so you're just kind of having a little moment, okay? Ulfgar?
Yeah.
So would I notice her trying to sneak away?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna be serious with her and cast Suggestion, level 2 spell.
Right.
And I'm like, where are you going? Are you going mostly like, are you going AWOL? What are you doing?
She gets a wisdom saving throw, I believe.
That's correct.
Yes.
She fails that. You need to suggest something, a course of action to her.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So, dang it. I guess I thought I...
Out of character, I recommend stop.
Yeah. Well, I guess that was kind of what I was getting at. Like, I thought she was going, hey, well, I'm trying to get back over here. You know,
right.
It's more
Come
of
over here.
what are you doing? You know, don't...
Technically, suggest is meant to, like, you tell her to do something out of suggestion.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was more of an influence thing. All right.
No, perfect.
It is technically an influence.
Yes.
Go on.
You tell her to come over here. She suddenly starts walking as this fog just starts to drift around her again. It's very similar looking to the fog that was down on the beach. That's now walking towards you.
Okay.
Now that the fog's there. Oh no.
I'm just holding my weapons prepared.
All right.
Did she stop casting when she noticed the fog?
She did indeed stop casting the moment that she was told to come over here. So back to you, Jonathan. What do you do?
I'm going to release the sensory effect of the fog.
All right. The fog dissipates.
And tell her that if she doesn't start answering our questions, that I will might have to introduce her to my patron.
Oh.
Andrew,
That's.
you're hearing the druid
We need to calm down on that.
threaten all kinds of evil.
I tell her that that I've been suspicious of her, and a little bird told me to trust my suspicions.
Sorry.
This time it's not metaphor. Okay.
Vincent, everyone's shouting at this woman.
Yeah, I'm telling her, how about we get some answers now? I wanted to trust her, but now she seems a little bit off.
Okay, Ulfgar. Again, everyone's just shouting at her.
So I'm gonna grapple her. Make sure she doesn't do anything. I want to see if I can grapple her.
Okay, she's not prone, so she can resist, which she does try to do. So give me a grapple check, please. It's athletics or acrobatics.
Probably athletics, since that's what. We'll see how that goes. Plus strength.
Yeah.
16.
16. You grab both of her wrists, and she tries to resist, but she has no strength whatsoever. So it's you sort of grab both her wrists with one hand and just hold it down. She's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm going to continue that until we get some answers. Go ahead.
Your speak with animals lasts for how long, please, Andrew?
For 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes. All right.
10 minutes.
The bird starts to cry out, "You've got dinner! You've got dinner! I'll be down now! I'll be down now!"
What?
Okay.
Okay.
No.
I'm just looking at the bird. Will that thing ever shut up?
Yeah.
Is that
I tell the party that it's bringing us dinner. Apparently.
Dinner?
As the sun is starting to rise. Yes, Jonathan?
Since I do speak Druidic, does that give me some kind of insight into what it's saying? Even a little, or no?
The insight that it gives you is that the bird it was originally a warning kind of call, and now the call has changed to almost like a summoning kind of call, or a friendly call. So that's what you're getting out of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Minerva looks at you and she says, "There are things on this island which are from the other plane, remember. We must not trust anything here. To turn on ourselves now would be foolish, yes? Were you not trying to kill the bird? I will try and kill this bird too. Now you are apprehending me. I don't understand why."
Because you've been acting suspicious.
And you're a terrible liar. She's being so obvious about it. Go ahead, please.
I'm just gonna say, I made you a promise. I don't lie.
How I'm looking at everyone. I was like, how about first we get at the information. Now, do you mind if I roll investigation, like to kind of convince her to talk?
Persuasion would be the role that you're going for.
Okay, fine. Persuasion, yeah, that'll be better. Okay, so I attempt to persuade her, and that's a beautiful critical fail.
Oh,
So you look at her, you kind of pull yourself towards yourself, and you're like, "Talk, you will now! It is important!" Everyone looks at you and they're like,
yep.
What?
I
I don't understand.
I release a deep sigh, and I slowly walk to the elf, and I try to persuade her as well.
All right. As you're approaching, since you all clustering around her, okay,
Yeah.
she drops her head. I can see that you are a much more powerful party than I had thought. You are not just some fat merchant sailing on the ship. I was wrong to not trust you to begin with. You can all make inside checks.
Natural 20.
Natural 20,
I was gonna say 17.
17, 14.
Does number one mean anything?
Do I add anything to that?
Well, I do add, but
You're probably still.
What is it? An insight?
Yeah. You're still trying to
Inside.
work out what went wrong
Yeah,
with your
it's a-
sentence. You had all the right words. Alright.
But for some reason, your mind has something, and your body's saying something else.
Exactly. So you can tell that she is telling the truth about what she's saying, the way she's saying it, but she's phrasing it very carefully to mask her actual feelings. So what she's saying is true, but what she's feeling is perhaps very different. As I said, this is the island of Uthar Pendarus' final battle with Demetos Ertid. What I did not tell you is I have been here before. A few times, as a matter of fact. And I anticipated that we would arrive at the island as well. She's holding something back. You're not sure what.
Alright, so I look at it like, okay, so basically you caused us multiple people to die. You got our ship destroyed. For what sake exactly?
No. You misunderstand. I did not cause the ship to crash. That was
No,
the
it's
captain not
based-
listening to me, telling him there was an island here.
My bad.
I have a theory, he's gonna say in common. So, what deep dark horror are you holding here, since you come back here so frequently?
At the other end of the island, there is the last resting place of Uthar Pendarus.
Okay.
The very blade that he used to slay the Mentos Ertid is there to be found. It is, however, difficult journey to get there, and I have not yet found individuals who are willing or capable enough of getting to the sword. If we could get that sword, she says, looking at the dwarf who's you're still holding her wrist, right?
Correct.
Yeah. If we could get that sword, we could return it to any of the markets in Braxia and retire rich people. We would never have to work again.
So you were after gold. That's it.
Yes.
Terrible liar. Terrible.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to make the suggestion that when we pull that sword out, I'm pretty sure Dementos is going to come out. Am I wrong? As I look at her.
He will have killed him. This was a long time ago, remember?
Yes.
1,000
Nothing
Um,
funny
years?
like that.
What's the name of the elf again?
Menefer.
Where we...
Menefer.
Okay.
Menef.
So I walk up to Menefer and I tell her, let's start from the beginning. My name is Andre. I'm the drummer of the Tiny Tims. I'm not sure if we're coming back, but if we do, please watch our shows. They're spectacular. Now, could you introduce yourself to us, Seska?
You spoke to the bird.
Yeah. Didn't you hear me cawing at it a while ago?
I assume that was just more of your antics. You cannot trust whatever that vile creature has said to you. It is ultimately here for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to eat you. Do not trust it.
Technically, I just met that bird a few days after I met you.
Do not trust the bird. Yes, Vincent?
And since you seem to be holding information, what makes you more trustworthy than the bird?
You know what? You're right. I can see you don't want to retire rich, be surrounded by adoring lovers, and never have to work again. You're right. You know what? Let's forget the sword. Forget the bird.
Sounds boring.
Let's go back to the beach and we'll wait for the rescue ship to sail by one day.
And if we get the sword, how do we go back without said ship that will sail by one day?
Yeah, we're gonna end up either way.
Yeah.
Yes, but one way we will be rich men. Women. The other,
Well, and
Yeah,
will
we
just
could totally sell the sword to that octopus for some coconuts.
Jonathan is just standing there clapping.
Yeah.
The point is we will have the sword so that when we are rescued, we then retire rich. Unless you know someone within the Mer Kingdom who might want to buy it.
maybe someone probably would want to preserve such sacred relic, maybe instead of just selling stuff
This is what I
for the sake
think.
of only gold.
We sell it to a collector.
But you need to stop holding back and holding back information.
So
Yes.
if you do know something about this island and what we might expect on our journey,
There is a small, teeny, weeny little journey part which you need to know about, but I'm sure for the likes of you, it is not going to be a problem.
these tiny information kills people, so the more we know, the better.
You're going to have to ignore that bird, first of all. It is here to deceive you. Trust the bird or
Alright.
trust me, it's your choice. The bird does not lead to riches. It leads to your grave. There is a gorge which we will have to traverse from the side of the island.
Mm-hmm. And
It is a fairly large gorge. But I am assuming one of you can, and she looks at the paladin, maybe even you could turn into a bird and fly across the gorge. But we're not there yet. Are we agreed we are to journey to the gorge? Cross this gorge, get to the fallen site of Uthapendaros, retrieve the sword, wait for a ship to come by, and then sell it and split the profits 5 ways, yes?
5?
We got nothing better to do. We might as well
Hmm.
keep going.
We're technically 6 people. No, actually, yeah, 5 people. Yeah, just making sure I count again. Yeah, 5.
No, we're 6. I face the bird and I say, George, you're coming with us.
Oh my. Why?
Oh,
What's will the bird benefit from the gold?
I don't know, but doesn't hurt.
The crow.
It's gonna take from your share.
yeah, the bird will get your share.
The crow lands about 40 feet away from you and sort of stands there with its head
Okay.
cocked to one side with these black eyes. And it looks you up and down. Seska ally? Seska ally?
Or
That-
not.
That bird is getting on my nerves.
Yeah, because all you're hearing is caw, 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 caw.
So if
Jonathan-
it's not obvious, I did let her go from now because we're
Alright.
talking normal.
Jonathan is going to move within 30 feet of the bird and cast Detect Magic.
Sure.
Hmm.
The bird lights up like a Christmas tree. It illuminates brilliantly. And you stare at it for a little bit. And then suddenly give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, God. Wisdom saving throw, which is the sheet, okay. And it is plus 5, 8. Great, 8.
Hey. The bird, its head kind of spins towards you, and it fixes its gaze straight on you. And in your head, you hear this voice. I think not. And suddenly your vision just burns bright white, and you take 2 points of damage as your eyes literally feel as if you've been staring directly into the sun.
Okay. Oh,
I like him was like, are you okay?
Yeah, he's just kind of reeling.
my eyes. What the? Okay.
As soon as I see, do I notice that that he reels after the bird looks directly at him?
Yes, it's pretty obvious that the bird is looking at Jonathan, and of course his spell is not silent, so
Okay. And you said that the bird was 40 feet away.
Mhm.
I cast my second divine sense.
all right.
Hmm.
Would you give me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Mm.
14.
14. Okay. You take 3 points of damage, and you also have this burning sensation. Inside your head, as you look at the bird, it turns to you. Irrelevant! Irrelevant! And then this burning
I thought we were friends.
What's wrong with these two?
Yeah, they're both kind of going.
Yeah,
That-
it's been really weird.
Jonathan is still kind of
This is
punched over.
highly suspicious.
Is going to say
It is that bird.
specifically into the mind of Vincent. That bird is worse than the girl.
What?
He,
I'm looking at the bird. I'm like, bird. If only you let me just shoot the thing.
It hops.
Yeah.
It hops forward 5 feet and kind of pecks at a shell. Then looks back up at you, Andre. No harm meant. No harm meant. No harm. Share. It kind of flicks the snail shell towards you. This is what you're seeing is it sort of hops forward, caws a couple times, and then flicks a shell towards Andre.
So, is that supposed to be an apology?
The bird is
Saying
evil.
out of character.
You should kill
Technically-
the bird, says Benefer.
technically speaking, that's, yes, how an animal would apologize.
And since I'm not sure to kill the bird or not to kill the bird,
There's some greater power behind that bird, and if you tried, you just anger it. No point.
And here I
Speaking
thought
of-
that. Hmm?
Speaking of which, just give me a second. As I'm gonna make sure my detect magic is off while I look at the bird doing this. I'm going to stare at the bird, speak into its mind, saying, "I know you can understand me. All I care about is the truth, and that's all my lord cares about."
You don't get a response.
So, since the girl is
Just kinda
saying we
looks
should
at you.
kill the thing. Sorry.
Carry on.
So, since the girl is saying we should kill the bird, I suggest we just cook it and just eat it. I'm a little bit hungry at the moment.
Thank you. Would somebody please listen to this man? He knows exactly what to do.
I am a little bit hungry. I can't remember the last time I ate.
A hungry dwarf is an unhappy dwarf. We do not want unhappy dwarfs on this island.
There's enough meat on that thing for everybody.
No offense, but this bird isn't helping us by being here. It's just there. It's just like looking at your food walking in front of you. Might as well eat it.
Henry, what are you doing? Henry? There's all this discussion
I'd like to
about eating the bird.
While I'm sure that this bird is tasty,
So you
There's-
do agree? What?
I agree that this bird might make a tasty meal, but it's tiny. Look at all the seafood around you.
I look around.
There's a definite point there.
It's your call. This is
Wouldn't it be more of an adventure if we took these two bickering creatures with us at the same time?
One of them will spill the truth eventually.
Exactly.
okay.
You guys are
And-
the thinkers. Go ahead.
If you want to take that
Yeah,
bird with
just-
you, I am not going anywhere.
You don't get a choice.
What?
No, it's
I am now prisoner?
As you see me start taking off the rope from my bag and handing it to Uthgar. I think you know what to do with this.
you don't need that. I just take the manacles out of my pocket.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
How does
Wait,
this...
no. Hold on. With the rope, we can tie the bird to her.
Oh,
that's not.
I like that.
That sounds like a nice idea, but
At least it would shut both of them up. I think.
that
Maybe
would
not.
be nice.
The
At least a
bird,
bird. Shut up the bird.
looks-
The bird is annoying.
the bird looks at you, Andre, and shouts, "Traitor! Traitor!" and starts hopping and trying to flap and get it off the ground. At the same time, Anefa is standing back saying, I am not having that bird tied to me, thank you very much. She starts pulling
all
back.
right,
So I need initiative.
all right, calm down.
Unfortunately,
Oh, no.
I need initiative from everybody.
mm. Again,
17.
I
7.
I'm just spellbound. One.
1.
19.
I need to change the dice. I'm using my other set. Number 1 is cursed in this one. I'm getting another one.
Jonathan, what did you get?
What? Who are you talking to?
You.
Ryan, what did you get?
Sorry, I was coughing. My bad. I got a 19.
You got the 19. Okay, all right. And so, Andre, you got 17. Vincent, you got?
I got 1.
You got
Mm.
And Ulfgar?
Yep, one.
You got 1
I'm
as well.
spellbound, but yeah,
What's
no
going
good.
on here?
We're the most heroic party ever.
We are. On,
I
best
love
group of
the
adventures.
both ends we got here.
mhm.
Yeah.
Crits, botches,
It's
All around.
it's it's everywhere. All right, Jonathan, you get to act first. What are you doing? Minefa is clearly pulling in some kind of spell. As her fingers are moving through the air, you can see that little circles of power are starting to form around her fingertips.
Okay, and with that, I'm just going to make a threat. Telling her that if she does not stop, I will beat her down. Starting with both legs.
Wow, give me an intimidation check, please. You're pretty good at those.
17.
17.
Awesome.
She gets 19.
Oh,
I will no longer
okay.
suffer this impudence of you people trying to tie me to that creature. Andre.
Could I make an acrobatics roll to try to chase the bird down before it flies away and try to grab it?
This little halfling goes running across the muddy field towards this bird. My precious! Alright, make your acrobatics check, absolutely. You are...
I rolled a... What is this? A 21.
21, wow. Alright,
Yeah.
as the bird is sort of hopping away, you just land on top of it and grab hold of it. It's quite strong, but you've kind of got it secure. It's not gonna fly away.
Yeah.
This then brings us to the miraculous moment. Because what are you doing, Vincent? What are you doing?
I'm like, now hold on. No need to cast magic. And that bird is not going to be tied to you momentarily, for now. But let us just solve this peacefully.
All right,
And
so
just go together. We'll keep the bird with our halfling. Okay? You will stay with us, away from the rest, and just try to calm down, please.
that's kind of what you're saying
Just calm
amidst the
Yes.
Jonathan's shouting, "I will strike you down!" And this cawing bird flapping halfling thing running across the field behind you. Ulfgar, what are you doing whilst Vincent is saying, calm.
Please do something. Our leader, do something.
Leader.
You are
Yeah,
our supreme
okay.
leader.
Well, I guess I would trust the brains of the warlock since he's been smart before, and guess I'll try to tie her up. But I'm like, all right, just everybody needs to calm down, but I need to.
As you're
I guess I don't know.
All right,
Yeah.
so you're going to
Trying
try
to
to tie her up. She is busy releasing her spell at exactly the same time. All of
yes.
the three of us rolled a natural 1. So we are literally all acting at exactly the same. You're like, peace. And you're like roping around her arms, and she's like, as she releases the spell, you're kind of roping around her.
Blast.
Ulfgar, please would you give me a Constitution saving throw?
Please.
That's halfway decent at those. Let's see. Oh, good. 21.
Your vision and your hands suddenly seem to just stretch out for miles in front of you. And you get the sense of the terrain. It's not stretching out in front of you. It's passing in front of you. And you see this gorge suddenly zip past you. Then you see this large statue that you sail past. Then you see this crooked mountain with the sword in it. You sail past that. And you end up
Is that
on this
moments before death?
beach.
On a beach.
And there is this dark longship, okay, with several individuals waiting around it. And Minefa steps away from you. And then all of that just rushes back past you, and suddenly you're standing, holding the rope over an empty space, with Vincent going, "No, please, let's be quiet, everybody." For a moment, Vincent, you saw the front of Ulfgar just sort of stretch away as Minefa disappeared in this pool of light that she had pulled around herself. And then he kind of rubbers back into position. And then you're hearing this caw, caw, caw from behind you. Yeah. Ulfgar, you're a little bit disorientated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would think so.
Oh,
The
yeah, that was a
Raven
was a mess.
is busy shouting, Why? As it's hopping. Jonathan, it's your initiative.
Okay,
You've seen
I'm
her
going to
disappear in this
roll.
ball of light. Yep.
I want to roll Arcana to figure out what in the world did she just do.
Go for it.
13.
Alright. You think she cast some kind of teleportation or dimensional gate spell.
Okay.
Is she gone? I know it's not my turn. I apologize.
Yeah, no, she's vanished. She vanished in a ball of light.
Okay.
It's just like, okay, everyone, calm down. We can calm down now. She's gone.
Vincent's
I don't know where she went.
That's what I've been
I'm
saying.
gonna straighten.
okay.
I grabbed the bird
Yeah, you're holding on to the
and
bird.
and I hit it on the floor just enough to give it a concussion. Like, shut up. I've had enough.
The three of you look over and the halfling is going. That's bird into the
I'm not sure if you're preparing dinner or not, but just don't break it into pieces.
Alright.
I'm bringing it with us.
You can give me a strength saving throw, please.
Oh.
Very seldom called for.
Very.
Well, that's unfortunate. Natural one.
Ah, the bird is dead.
Alright.
The bird is dead.
Roll a d4 and add your
Okay.
strength bonus, please.
Oh god.
Oh, just a one.
Alright. And there's no strength
Oh.
bonus attached?
No.
No? Alright. So you kind of smack its head into the mud. Ow! Ow! What are you doing? What are you doing? It's not unconscious. It's now just covered in
Okay.
mud.
I was gonna say, I
There is
think
some
you can
giggling
stop
behind
now.
you.
I think you can stop now.
I'm dazed, so yeah.
Alright. So
Hmm.
So our lady escaped. We're left out of the birds and we're in the middle of nowhere.
Let's
Yep.
just go
Only
to the mountain.
And all we know that there is a legendary sword somewhere around there on the other side.
And we're hungry.
And we're hungry.
There's fish over there.
Yes.
Also, do you have a
Literally
rope?
over there.
All right, I'll go over there.
Yeah, can we tie this bird down?
I mean, my manacles is not going to shackle this thing.
I'm pretty sure we can fit the one with shackles around it, and then cuff it over on
Yeah, you're gonna have to use rope.
Uthar. No, wrong game.
What? What did he do to deserve such fate?
No, that's Elfgar. I said Uthar by accident. So you know the guy that's dead?
Yeah.
Oh.
I meant Andre. Sorry.
Alright. Now,
My mind's
if
a little off trying to figure out what the hell just happened.
If you want to bind the bird, you're going to have to use your rope to do that. It looks at you. It just shakes its head. All right. You go over to a little pool of water, and there is fish aplenty, so food is not a problem. The sun is now at about 9 o'clock in the sky. The whole island, you get a strong aroma of that salt once again, and you can see that the mud areas that used to suck into your boot as you stepped on them are slowly starting to harden and dry.
Oh, fine. Now we can walk normally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just taking a break from what I've been through, just the mind thing, and I'm just taking a break from everybody, just trying to gather myself. Go ahead.
Alright. Since none of you seem to be in good shape, I'll try to gather up some wood and light up some fire, probably for the night if anything happens, though it's kind of early. But better safe than sorry.
All right.
Hmm.
What are you doing?
Jonathan's gonna be
Yeah,
sorry.
Jonathan. Yeah.
He's counting the berries that he has left, seeing that you all three have your berries. He has 6 berries, I believe. Yes, 6. And try to figure out how to divide them up evenly, because they're going to be useless tomorrow morning. Or at some point when.
Sure. Andre?
The explorer's pack comes with its own rope, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I bind the rope. I bind the bird, and instead of leaving it on the floor, I actually use the rest of the rope to suspend it on a tree, just to make sure that it does not run away.
So you.
While we rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your best bet is
This
to
is-
actually rope it onto a piece of rock. There are no trees, so
Okay.
the highest vegetation here is limp seaweed. So you can tie it around a
Then
piece of rock. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
And that sort of suspends it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It looks at you.
And then
We won't forget. We won't forget.
I'm not gonna forget you either.
There's no way we're gonna forget about that guy.
All right, you get your kind of camp going. There's fresh seafood. That's your flint and tinder won't be enough to keep a fire going, and the seaweed is wet and soggy. Yeah, so
No helping.
yeah, your
I have prestidigitation. Can I start a camp off of that?
Can I help with druidcraft?
Yeah, getting the fire going is not a problem. Keeping it sustained is. There's just no fuel
Oh.
to
That is nothing.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
We could use a sorcerer here.
If the fire has already started.
Yeah. There's a little spark and a little bit of flame on the flint and tinder. The tinder pot burns for a little bit. But
If I would want to dry some seaweed using the fire, and perhaps using that as further fuel, would I have to roll survival to know how to do that?
you could, but that's going to take you quite some time. It's not a
Okay.
a kind of a quick action
The
type of
Explorer's Pack comes with 10 torches. Sorry to interrupt, but the Explorer's Pack come with 10 torches. Can I put like 3 together and just put a camp out of that?
Perfect.
Okay.
So you just start to pile torches on, and they start to burn.
Torches.
Yeah.
Alright, that makes sense.
All right.
That's one way to make a fire.
Yeah. Your camp is now roughly set up, and the torches that you have placed as kindling into your fire keep the flames going. And for a moment, there is a brief respite from the isolation and the wet that is the island, because you are all very, very, very damp after the long night spent in the ocean and surrounds. So the fires start to bring a certain amount of warmth, a certain amount of relief, and perhaps a certain amount of comfort to you. How long are you going to stay around as the sun moves over its zenith and starts sinking into...
I would prefer a short... Jonathan's going to say...
recollection.
I prefer a short rest. Just long enough to get settled down, whatnot.
So basically, to regain our strength at least after what happened.
Quick recollection.
Yes.
I'd say probably should be like an hour enough or 2.
All right.
An hour or 2 should be enough.
Andre, your spell, of course, Speak with Animals, ends.
Yes.
But that does not stop the bird talking, and it does not stop you understanding.
Okay.
Well, As long as it's not annoying, my cross will remain.
So the bird has wisdom enough whilst you're dozing to be quiet, but once the camp starts kind of waking up and starting to put on armor again and tighten up straps and things. You know Uther? You know Uther?
Know of.
You know Ertid? You know Ertid?
Wait, I'm sorry. Was it only him that understood the
All of
bird,
you
or is it
understand.
now?
It's talking
Oh,
in common.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for making the assumption.
I was like, is he talking to the halfling? But he's talking to the how.
Mm.
He's speaking
So I was
common.
like,
Hmm.
did that bird just speak?
Well, good thing we didn't eat it.
The crow looks around. Which bird? Which bird?
I'm gonna like the only bird around here, unfortunately, with feathers.
I didn't speak. I didn't speak.
Another terrible liar.
Oh my goodness! What is the people on this island trying to conceal the truth? Look, we just heard you speak. Continue speaking.
About what? About what?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right.
Someone
You're
handle
not.
this thing before they're trying to cook it.
All right, Mr. Bird. Since you're not talking as you claim to be, how are you feeling today?
A little tied up. A little tied up.
It is necessary, since you know what? Actually, should we untie him?
Yes,
No.
yes.
And
What
watch
do you
it
think?
fly away, our only source of information? No. Oh.
We could tie up with at least one leg. I mean,
You have a
don't
name,
to-
friend.
That'll work also.
My name? My
That's
name?
what I said.
Just 1 second.
It cocks its head to one side, looks at you.
Go on.
I've been called pseudonym. I've been called pseudonym.
Pseudonym. Do you mean a pseudonym?
No, just pseudonym. No, just pseudonym.
That's an unfortunate repeat you got going on.
Yes, yes.
It's common with animals.
Who's an animal?
Well.
Who's an animal?
It's not you, definitely. Don't worry.
Mhm.
Just. I think I'm starting to lose my mind, and maybe the idea of just getting that sword and retiring seems to be much more appealing. Talking birds, a crazy sorceress, or wherever he is, and zombies all around.
You seek
Yeah,
the
let's go
sword?
get the sword.
You took the sword?
You know of it?
Long silver thing. Long silver thing.
Yeah.
Generally, what
perfect.
swords look like. Good job.
Yes.
I know the sword. I know the sword.
You know
That was a
where the
step.
sword.
It sort of bounces up and down on the rope.
Well, it's. Well,
not far.
maybe
not
we
far.
should-
It sort of tries to twist
Any-
itself around and slowly just.
anything
You know-
bad in the way?
No, no.
Are you
Do you know what it
certain?
does?
Yes, yes.
Hmm.
Do you know what it does?
Sword, what does it do?
It kind of. You think it's hunching its shoulders and leaning forward to share a secret, but it's kind of
Okay,
tied
so-
in its rope, so it's just sort of hanging.
Yeah.
It
Alright,
slays!
so I kinda-
It slays!
Well, does it have anything else, like something weird, magic, something, something sparkly?
Yes, yes, it shines. It shines.
When does
Not in
it
the
shine?
sun. Well, that's even a better question.
It
Yeah. When does it shine?
always, always.
Always.
Is it really a normal sword?
No, no,
Should
Okay,
we get it?
no, no.
What
Let's try
happens
it with
if we get it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Then why shouldn't we get it?
Not Uther. Not Uther.
Hmm.
It's
Is he
not
still
easy.
alive?
No,
it's
no.
not. It's not.
So
What's most likely is it's not Uther's sword. It's the other guy's.
Uh,
Is it evil?
No, no.
is it good?
You're asking a crow what good is.
I mean, who knows what sort of level of intelligence does it have?
It's
I mean,
What's the
shiny.
meaning of life?
42, 42. Yes.
But it does math at least. So, I mean,
At least it's giving me the same answer that my patron did when I asked it what the meaning of it was.
all right.
Uh,
Still don't know what 42 means. But,
All right. So let us not waste time and just like venture
while this is
forth.
happening, can I roll 2 hit dice? I'm down to like 8.
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah. During your short rest. Yep.
Thanks.
I will also roll a hit die if you don't mind.
Not at all. You've had a short rest.
I
5.
I will sure roll one as well.
Speaking of which, since this is a short rest, I gain 2 spell slots back. Yay! But not all 4.
All right. So, what do you guys want us to do? I mean, we can't be just sitting in this island forever. I don't want to be living here.
Let's go check that sword out.
I mean,
Are we keeping the
I'm
bird
gonna-
with us?
I'm gonna
let's keep it
try
good.
this. If this is too metagaming, let me know.
Yeah.
Ulfgar, sorry.
Sir?
When you were next to her, did you see anything interesting?
Oh, that I did. That I did. It was some kind of dark ship. I don't know exactly what I saw, but I was on a beach with a dark, long ship.
A ship, you said? That's a way off. This island.
I was just thrown into another place. That's where I was for an instant, and she was gone.
Are you sure she didn't cast some sort of suspicious spells, probably like illusions or something like that? Just like, I don't know, something.
I know where I was.
Most
I'm not really fond of magic, so.
most mages can only cast one spell at a time. I am too
Alright.
bound by that limit, though. So I'm pretty sure it was some sort of matter relocation thing, maybe.
I've
So
seen a lot of wild magic, but that was crazy. Crazy.
Any
Okay.
any landmarks you pass by? Give us a direction where that ship is in, so we can get to it and get off this island.
I did not write that part down, DM. Do you want me to? Do you want me to repeat that to them? I saw the dark ship, and that's all I wrote down.
So you can give me a wisdom check.
A wisdom check. Lovely.
So what do you think, Andre?
Oh.
We should do?
It's either tops or bottoms. 20. A nat 20.
A natural.
I'm
Oh,
giving
nice.
you. It's yeah.
Oh, I trust you.
Yeah,
I don't know if you, but yeah.
So, you recall that you travelled over a large chasm as well,
That's right.
and you passed two statues,
Two statues.
and then you passed the sword-shaped mountain, and then the black
That's
ship
right.
was on the beach.
So, Vincent was asking me earlier what I wanted to do. Well, I think it wouldn't hurt just to see the sword. Like, we don't have to pull it out. But first, so I walk over to Pseudonym and I ask him, Pseudonym,
Yes.
do you know? So, do you know where your ex-girlfriend went?
The raven gives you this look of so what? Enemy.
Pretty much ex-girlfriend.
She comes, she goes. She comes, she goes.
So where is she?
Usually with dinner.
You told me about dinner earlier when we first met you.
Yes.
Where's the dinner?
In front of me.
Hmm.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are we
where
the
dinner?
food?
Your dinner, or will be.
Of who?
I'm just taking out my sword. Maybe it's about time we cook food, gentlemen.
I not make you dinner.
Well then.
Who
Who
are
is
we
it?
dinner of? Yeah.
You will be my dinner. My dinner. When you die. I know
Well,
eat you before you
unfortunately-
die.
Who
I know
will
eat
kill
you before
us?
you die.
Well, yeah, we're not gonna be your dinner anytime soon.
Oh.
I would rather die in a grave rather than die to a freaking crow. In any case, so shall we venture?
Yeah.
I'm feeling good.
Might as
Let's
well.
go. We gotta
All
rush
right.
to beat that lady.
So,
Untie.
I think
No.
I think Vincent should be on bird duty today.
Okay.
Fine. I'll get the noisy bird. But don't blame me if I chop off its head.
Accidentally.
Well, yes, accidentally, of course. I mean, why
Well,
would I
this
do
is
it?
obviously not of nature anymore, and therefore I don't think my god would care.
Okay. So
I don't
of
think
course.
the ancients care either.
Alrighty then. Now, Mr. Bird, you'll only talk when you're needed to talk, and you will not talk more than you should.
Okay.
Alright?
Okay.
Good boy. Now, I just get him. While he's just carry him with us.
Can I ask a
Cut off the
question?
top.
Can I ask a question?
What?
Do you have a spade?
The what?
For what?
If he is in grave, I must take him up.
Who?
Oh, when you're in a grave, you want to be in a grave.
No,
He
he
will
wants
take you
to
up
take
for
it. He
for
wants
dinner.
to take us dinner. Oh my goodness.
You are not in a predicament to talk like that.
Alright.
It just kind of hangs
Let's
its
just-
head.
Let's
Sort of picks at it.
let's just move on.
All right.
As we're walking,
Mhm.
I bring out my steel drum and I start singing songs about fried chicken.
Going with the dark jokes. Well, at least it's not really a chicken, so
There you go. All
I
right.
shouldn't feel that
So
offended.
you're busy beating out this rhythmic sound on your drum as your party starts to make its way. There you go. As your group starts to make its way through those very jagged mountains. And it isn't long before you realize that you've reached the top of the island. Insofar as this pathway has led, and from here you can look down over the southern half of the island. And you can see quite a distance. The island continues maybe three miles away from where you are now. Then splitting you from the rest of the island, and this is maybe half a mile away from you, you see this massive black gash that runs from one side of the island to the other side. But where it could have been a gorge, you realize it is now a channel of water. So it looks as if it split the island in half, but you kind of get a sense that it's a very unnatural split. It looks more like someone took a
Artificial
piece of magic and just wiped a line across the center of the island. And of course, that touched either point of the island, and of course, water has now rushed in to fill this gap. It's a very clean-edged channel, if you like. From here, you can see that there is an old bridge, suspension rope type of bridge, that rather precariously hangs over the water. Then there is a very definite road that has been made out of paving, which leads from the bridge between these two large statues, which you couldn't see from the beach because they're surrounded by those mountains that kind of hook inwards. Those two statues, one looks to be a warrior dressed in plate mail with a large shield and this raised sword. The other one is this winged-like creature with a large spiked tail. It has 4 arms that end in these large talons and a very elongated horse-like head. So those two statues are on either side of this roadway. And then right at the end, there is a circular dais that has been made. And upon that, you can see this blackened piece of rock that's vaguely humanoid in shape. And there is something shining right in the center of it, but it's too far away from you to see. And then that's surrounded by mountains as well.
And so I just confirm with everybody, that's what I saw. I passed by that in an instant somehow.
So if you give me, if you give me a survival check quickly, Ulfgar.
Okay. Survival. That's wisdom. Straight 6.
Straight 6. So yes, that's definitely the direction that you traveled in. That's as much as you get out of that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How big are the statues?
From here, it's a little bit tricky to tell, but you think they're about 20 foot high, 25 foot high.
Oh, okay.
Shall we get going?
Yeah.
Sure. What do you think, Mr. Bird? Well, technically don't have a choice.
Dinner! Soon.
You would.
Soon.
Okay, listen here, little fella. If you don't want to die, just shut up about freaking dinner. Or otherwise, you'll be the dinner. Well, our dinner.
It opens
No, you'll not survive.
it opens its beak to say something, and then you can literally see the cogs in its head trying to process, and then it kind of closes its mouth and it just sort of hangs there.
All right then, let's move on.
Okay. You continue to make your way through these mountains towards, I'm assuming, towards the bridge that crosses the gorge, or the channel.
Cross.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The channel is a mere 75 foot wide. And as you approach, the water that is in it is fairly still. The wave action motion has been kind of mitigated out as it's crossed across the land. So it's fairly still, but it's obviously incredibly deep because it is just this dark, dark black water. And very, very, very still. The bridge does look to be not entirely stable. It has large stone supports on either side, and then heavy rope cables that hang across to the other side. Those rope cables, apart from being very wet, are covered in barnacles, in seaweed that is draped over it. There's all kinds of little things, obviously, that have grown into it as well. And then the wooden planking that is suspended over the water, again, looks like a barnacle graveyard. It's difficult to see the wood for the shells and the little bits of plant matter that has grown up around these things.
So the water's only a little below the bridge itself.
The water is about a foot below it.
Is it flowing in any direction?
It's just kind of sitting there. Very, very, very still. And you realize it's literally in the middle of the ocean, and it's now being protected from whatever currents are happening. So there might be some movement, but it's very difficult to discern if there is anything.
Now that I'm up close to it, could I roll Arcana to figure out what kind of magic would cause such a great chasm?
Sure. Give me an Arcana check. That's always good.
Rogue
dice. Rogue dice.
Oh, good lord. That one's just too big, apparently.
Yeah, just abandon it.
6.
6. Whatever carved this would have been a tremendous amount of magic.
Okay.
I have Arcana too. Can I try that?
Sure. Yep.
Oh my goodness! It's another 20. I'm serious. This is not me just bluffing over online. I give you my word. That's a 20.
So this kind of rift, if you look along the length of it, you realize it cuts through the mountains. It cuts from one side of the island to the other. It's easily 2 miles long. The only thing that could have made this kind of damage was some kind of divine power. This is not even... maybe Arcane at the highest level could do this, but... And it doesn't look like... It's not a perfectly straight line. It's a slight curve, but yeah, definitely divine power. If there was any doubt as to what was happening on this island before, this speaks to some kind of titanic, world-changing event having taken place right at this point.
So I'll turn to the warlock. Your god could have done this. This is big.
I'd say this is probably the place where the hero and the grand evil their battle took place in.
Well,
this is probably it. And if you remember the statues, those probably represent them.
You can see the statues on the other side of the bridge, about half a mile beyond. They're kind of obscured now by the lay of the land, but you can see the one sword, the sword being raised up in the air. Yep. So you haven't got that yet, but yes, absolutely.
My question is, if this island is not supposed to exist, who made that bridge and who made those statues and who paved that road? Like, I'm sure a hero and a villain wouldn't have worked together to develop a city and not just an island.
But
probably there are quite a bit of cultists that would do that. Those who worship one or the other. Maybe even two factions of them trying to bide for the ultimate artifact of the sword.
But if that was the case, then the sword shouldn't exist by this time, since the bridge is already here.
Well, the thing is, there's probably something keeping that sword in place.
True to that, but judging by the amounts...
If it was cultists, though, that made this, why do both statues exist? One should be destroyed. Unless there's a cult that worships both of them at the same time.
True. I have another theory, but this one's a little far-fetched, and
The crow?
I'm kind of scared if it's true.
Alright.
So, as wandering the world, I've come into contact with something called a golem. And
Golem?
yes, and I am slightly concerned that whatever that sword's sticking in might be a massive golem. And that terrifies me if that's actually the case.
I highly doubt probably golems. I'd say like if a sword is sticking out there, probably. This is probably in the worlds of fiction only. It can't happen in real life. It's so it might have been on the corpse of the villain. What do you think?
Corpse
What do you
of the
think?
villain.
I think let's just go.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, why
Yeah,
are we
we'll
just
find
asking
out.
questions?
I mean, if we make an assumption, there's nothing we can prepare for, really. Let's just go and walk to our death. Yeah,
All right.
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we're in an unmapped island. We're basically dead already anyway.
And also, we'll make someone happy. I just take out the birds.
The bird kind of nods emphatically.
All right,
So we keep on,
let's go
well,
Yeah,
to the bridge.
the bridge is about 4 foot wide. So it's
Okay.
going to be
Basically, only one person can move
single
in.
file. Correct. Who's going first?
Oh, okay. Now,
You in the armor.
Which one in the army?
Yeah, I'm also wearing armor.
fine.
The one I can hide behind.
I'll tell
So
you
the
from now.
halfling?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you from now. If I die from this, I'm gonna haunt you for the rest of your life. I will just march forward.
You march forward.
I'll follow him.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go.
You
I'll go. I'll
step-
let the
You step
Ah,
out
I
onto the bridge, and
I
you
slightly whisper to the dwarf, "Please do save me if something happens."
all right. You step out
Well, you'd
onto
have
the
to be a
planking.
well-traveled ghost to haunt anyone else.
There you go. Because you're in the middle of nowhere, right?
Anyway,
So you step out over onto the planking, and the very first step you take, you feel the barnacles and their shells cracking underfoot. All right, and
Oh dear.
you
Oh dear.
keep going, and you see the bridge is starting to sag under your weight. Ulfgar, as you're walking behind him, you see the sag is increasing
Ooh.
until eventually it's getting lower. As you continue deeper into the bridge, it's getting lower and lower and lower to the water.
If I notice that,
Yeah.
I'm stopping. Like, this looks like a one person per job. One
Yeah.
person go. One person go.
I agree.
All right, so you're going to
I'd
back
like
up then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I detect magic? I'm going to cast detect magic.
And your range is 60 feet, right?
30.
30 feet. Oh,
No.
they've changed it. They've changed it since my day. It was better then. All right.
Yeah.
Of course, for balance sake. It's always for balance sake.
Yes. So
At least that's what I wrote down. I could have misread
no,
it from the book.
it's right. They've changed a lot of spells since my day. Anyway, so you cast
So I
out
have-
your detect magic, and you don't detect anything rarely emanating out of other than the ordinary. Would you please give me an intelligence check? Because you're looking around, right? You're kind of scanning everywhere.
Okay, I got a 13.
13. So just to be correct, you're scanning around. You're kind of looking at everybody, everything, the bridge.
Yeah.
All right. With your 13 intelligence, as you're looking around towards Vincent, you remember to close and stop the magic briefly as you pass over the bird, and then to resume it as you carry on past.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Scanning.
Other than that, there's nothing magical here. It's just water and a bridge. So, Ulfgar, you're backing up. Is that correct? Ulfgar, you're backing up?
Yes. Forgive me. Yes, I'm at the very beginning where the first, right before the wood,
Vincent,
the first wood
you
step.
see that you now rise back up to being about... now it's not a foot, but now you're about 10 inches above the water.
More chances of survival. Let's go.
All right, good. Give me a dexterity saving throw, please, because the next plank you step on, it cracks.
And it's 15. I have and dexterity. Yeah, it's just 15.
Okay. It cracks, and you sort of hop onto the next plank, which holds.
Mm-hmm.
All of you can see, as the plank cracks, several of the little shells and things that he's stepped on fall into the water and cause these little ripples as the shells sink down into the water. Right. You carry on going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Could I try to roll a perception check to see if there's any like sea life that has gotten interested in the new fish food that's falling in?
All right. You don't have to roll.
I'm definitely looking too.
Yeah, I thought he was talking
I'll
about
look
me.
too.
15?
I got an, oops, it was 19 plus, what, wisdom, right?
Perception, yeah.
Yeah, just straight 19 then.
That's okay. As you're kind of looking at these little shells disappearing into the dark water, you don't see so much as you feel that as you're looking, there's this loud thud, which causes the side of the gorge to shake ever so slightly, and the whole bridge just sways a little bit, and the water that's in the canal vibrates. The thud came from down.
Because that means
Vincent, you've got 25 feet to go before you're at the other side of the bridge. You're carrying on going?
I'm out on non-stop.
All right.
Yes.
Are you going to run, or are you going to?
You might want to hurry.
Or are you going to carry on walking carefully?
Yeah, careful, I suppose. Since one plank is almost gone, so
Yes.
might as well be more careful.
Okay.
Also, I don't want to destroy the bridge, otherwise I'm going to be alone on the other side, which is not going to be nice. Along with the bird. Nope.
You take a step forward, and all of you see that buried into the bottom of his boot, in amongst the mud, there are a whole lot of shells which are busy working their way loose. So every time he's taking a step, those shells are becoming looser and looser as he's moving forward. Okay.
In the boot or in the bridge?
In the
Forgive me
boot.
if I missed
In
that.
the boot. In the boot.
In his boot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's stepping very gingerly onto each plank, so he's sort of stepping on tippy toes onto each of the boards. All right. 10 feet to the edge, and those shells now work their way loose, and they sort of splash into the water around the bridge and start to sink down.
This can be good. This can be good.
You get to the other side of the bridge, and then again, only this time it seems much, much closer. So much so that the water literally dances as if it's being rained upon, but there is no rain. The whole bridge sways, and one of the support pillars slips forward out of its place, and the whole side of the bridge dips down, so now it's about an inch above the water.
Okay.
You are on the other side. It's firm ground.
Can all of us see this?
Yes, you can all see this.
Yeah.
The
It's a big old
vibrating?
statue. Oh.
It's almost safe. I'm just like, it's almost safe.
It's as safe as it's gonna be.
Can I try to fix the pillar that got moved or what?
So you look at it, and you can see that the ground it was buried into has chipped and flaked away with all of this vibration. So at best, you can try and hold onto the pillar and counterweight it, but
Yeah. Okay. But
there's no way to secure it to, so you're going to have to hold on to it.
I suppose.
Let's make this quick then. Can I cross as well?
Sure.
Trying to a little, not gingerly. I'm pretty sure I know that.
Suggestion that would help counterweight it a bit. Do you have a rope in your pack? Do you have a pack that has a rope?
That I do.
Vincent, actually, I'm wondering.
Okay, let me check.
So you're shouting this over to him?
Like, you got a rope?
Yes, I actually do.
Okay, could you tie the rope to it and try to create a counterbalance that way? That way, if it goes, you can let go of the rope instead of falling in with it.
I suppose. So I just take out my rope and just tie it out and just hold.
All right, so now you're holding onto the rope. Well, that's a safe way of doing it. All right, Ulfgar.
Yes, sir. I'm going across. I say he made it across fine. I can do great. I'm lighter than him. We'll see.
What is that supposed to mean?
Just to say, holding onto the rope. All right. So, are you going to walk across carefully, or are you going to run across?
I think I can do it faster than him, so
all right.
I'm going to keep 75.
Yeah.
It's 25 per movement, so yeah.
All right. So you can do a dash and a run in this movement and a dash, so you can do 50 feet. Okay. So you just start running forward. The third plank that you step on, it just cracks. Give me a dexterity saving throw, please. Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that. Ooh, and that's why. 4, 5. Whole 5.
So everyone's kind of watching the dwarf. He kind of starts running forward, and he's running, and his beard is kind of streaming around him. And the next minute, you just see beard in the air as the dwarf just goes down. Your 1 foot breaks through the board, and the board crumbles into the water and starts drifting down. Then your boot punches into the water as well.
I wanted to be ready with this and have Misty Step. Can I Misty Step 30 forward?
You can. So as your boot fills with water, you suddenly just bounce forward 30 feet.
Well, up, but yes.
Oh, up.
Like, not straight up. No, it's up on the bridge again, but forward. Yes.
Right.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 feet down into the water.
Yeah, 30 feet still in the water. That doesn't help me. Go ahead, please.
Gotcha. All right. So, yes, you kind of come scrabbling forward, standing on the bridge. So you are 40 foot into the bridge. Okay. I need initiative from everybody, please, because there is a tremendous boom.
13.
Oh, wow.
No.
4.
I got a 13.
So, Ulfgar, what did you get?
13.
13. Vincent.
13.
Andre?
6.
6. Jonathan?
4.
What is up with this?
Well,
Wow. Okay.
did the other group do better?
In initiative, probably at this rate.
Probably. Very likely.
They weren't as
We're
as
not
polar.
late, we're patient.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Not late, you're patient. I like that. All right. Ulfgar, you are going first. That boom, you realize...
I thought he got a 15. Sorry, to be honest. I thought I think the Druid Warlock. No? Or no?
What?
Sorry to correct you.
No, 13, 13, 6, 4, yeah?
Okay, forgive me. Please.
Was that
I'm
wrong?
going first. Go ahead. No, I don't know.
Okay.
I know I got a...
I got a 4. Yes,
Yeah.
I got a 4.
Somebody got a 15, I thought. Go ahead, please.
No one got a 15?
No, I got a 13.
No? 13.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies.
All right. As you misty-stepped, are you going to carry on running, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you start to run,
Keep on going.
you realize what that booming is because you see it next to you. It is this
Lovely.
massive tentacle-covered arm which is slamming into the wall of the cavern. And every time it hits the wall, it creates that boom. It's this dark purple tone on the outside and this bright pink on the inside with all these little suckers. It slams against the wall, and you see it's contracting and it's pulling up this large dark bulk. What are you doing?
If I see the tentacle while I'm running, can I ray of frost? Make it slow down?
It's about 10 foot
Oh, it's
below the
underwater?
surface. Yeah.
Below the surface. That doesn't help anything.
Yeah.
All right.
You were going to say?
I guess I got to keep on running, dashing.
Keep on running.
I'll relay it to everybody else. There's something underneath there. Tentacle. It's, a little frustrated, but yeah.
All right.
I don't know if your character's smart enough, but you could use the Ray of Frost to create an ice barrier so that it hits the ice barrier, not you.
Right. So
Yeah, but if you think of it, if it's probably large enough, so it's just gonna
nothing to it. Yeah, nothing to it.
Vincent, you're busy holding on to this rope. As the dwarf is running, this pillar is kind of rocking. You realize that if you didn't have the rope there, the pillar probably would have worked itself loose with his journey across.
Oh.
There is a challenge, however, that you need to keep on holding on to the rope.
Holding to the dice.
Yeah. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm just saying, you realize that if you let go of it, it's probably going to give in, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna let go, of course.
All right, you're going to carry on holding. Andre, you see on the other side that tentacle just below the surface of the water, and something is rising up underneath it quite quickly.
I decide that since I'm probably the lightest person in the party, that I would like to cross the bridge last.
Okay.
Last?
Yes, because it has the least chance of collapsing with me.
Sure. It is just you and Jonathan now on the one side.
So I use my short bow to shoot the tentacle.
Are you going to try and shoot it with it being underwater, or are you going to wait for it to reach the surface?
Oh, the tentacle is still underwater.
Yes, 10 foot below.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't ray of frost it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, since I'm right beside Jonathan, I ask him if he has any lightning spells left to use against the water.
Jonathan's gonna reply with that short rest. I got my god grinding me some more. Well, patron, not god.
If you think that
Patron.
if you think that's a smart action to take, that would be my suggestion. And then I ready my short bow.
All right.
To fire at the tentacle when it appears.
Perfect. The creature now bursts out of the water. It's going just before Jonathan can act. The tentacle is obviously pulling the creature up behind it, and bursting out of the water is this array of tentacles. And you get to fire your bow. There are eight tentacles that have burst up out of the water. Ulfgar, because you are busy running, you look down. In the center of those tentacles is this large beak that's busy opening and closing. It has little tentacles around it, which sort of seem to be reaching out towards you as well.
Yay.
But yes, that's what you're seeing. Make your attack, please, Andre.
Before I make my attack,
Yes.
I'd like to know if out of the tentacles that just came out of the water,
Yes.
are there any that look different from the others?
Just the big one that's still attached to the side of the wall, and you know that there's probably a second large tentacle that's going to be arising last, if you like, and that will probably be the one that's the most dangerous, because the two paddle-like tentacles are the strongest of the bunch. The ones that have broken out of the water now, they are maybe arm size, so they're dangerous, but the paddle ones are the size of you, basically. They're huge. So the second one is still rising.
Then I would like to aim specifically for the one that has already risen.
None of them have breached the water yet. So the little ones have, So it's used
Okay.
one paddle to kind of grab onto the wall underneath the water.
But that's
and-
still underwater.
Yes,
Okay.
pull itself up. Its second one, because it's so heavy, is still trailing underneath the surface. It will raise that one
Okay.
eventually, yeah.
Then I just aim at it in general.
All right.
I just shoot at it in general.
Make your attack.
I got a 23.
That's a hit.
There it
2
is.
damage. Yeah, there it is. Just kill it. Kill it with fire.
That is a 7.
Not a troll. Okay, lovely. All right. Your arrow pierces into one of the tentacles. One of the 8 tentacles, as the arrow pierces through it, the tentacle just seems to lose power and it flops down into the water and just floats there. That brings us to Jonathan.
Okay. Seeing as how well my bolt of lightning went last time, I'm actually going to start this round off with a cantrip called True Strike,
Right.
which will give me advantage on my next attack next round as long as I can maintain concentration.
Perfect. Perfect.
And I'm going to try to get a bit closer because I need to be within 30 feet for the Witch Bolt. So, how far is it away now?
It's about 65 feet from you because it's on the other side of the gorge, closer to where the dwarf was. So you can step out onto the bridge and move 30 feet, and that will get you to within range.
Sure.
All right.
Have I at least gotten across? With the
Uh,
30, 25?
Well,
so
didn't you take your whole turn to move?
It's
yeah.
10 and then 30 and then 25.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's 75 yet.
Not yet.
No,
Not yet.
please.
It's nearly there. In your
Mhm.
well, it's kind of a moot point because back to top of the round, it's now your action. So you can literally either run off of that bridge, and that's a movement action. You've still got a normal action to take, or stay on the
Mhm.
bridge and do whatever it is you need to do. It's your call.
So, let's see. We're going to go ahead and now I can Ray of Frost it because that's probably... No, we're going to go ahead Chromatic Orb with Frost. That's higher. That's better
All
for
right.
the giant. Can I... Oh, because there's nothing serious going. There's nothing serious poking out of the thing. We're just going to Ray of Frost the tentacles for real this time. This
All
is
right.
my decision. Okay.
Ah!
18 plus...
That's a hit.
So 22.
That's
yeah.
a hit.
All right. So D8. 7 damage.
You guys are consistent. Consistently
Yes.
high,
Not anything, we're
consistently low.
consistent.
It's just there.
Infinitely. The one closest to me.
Yeah,
or
so you-
closest to the druid, actually, if possible.
Closest to the druid. All right.
Which, if there is one. If there is one.
Yeah, not really.
Okay.
But because
Sorry.
the druid's busy running across the bridge, but that's fine. You hit one of them, and the
Mhm.
whole tentacle kind of stops what it's doing, and for a moment, the whole thing seems to freeze, and then it flops down a very grey color, and doesn't move again. It's just kind of floating on the surface of the water. Vincent.
I'm so holding. Just making sure everyone gets
I'm holding.
to my side.
All right. Now that you can see Jonathan running on the bridge as well, the pulling on the stone very briefly was a lot more. Then Ulfgar got across. So now it's just Jonathan who's running across. So, yeah, you holding onto that rope. Andre?
I shoot again to the
Tentacles?
to the squid thing.
Perfect. Make your attack.
That is a 22.
That's a hit.
Mm-hmm.
Your arrow sails out
upset.
across it, across the
7
water.
again.
Oh,
And just slams into another tentacle right at the base near the crown of the creature's maw. As it slams in, the tentacle literally stiffens and splashes down into the water.
mm-hmm.
The crow at your side, I suppose you put the crow down, so it's kind of lying on the ground,
Yeah.
is going, dinner, 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 dinner.
Shut up, I'll throw you to the thing.
Feed you.
Goes very quiet.
Feed you to the thing.
The tentacles now attack. So there are 5 tentacles, and the tentacles are going to flail around. Their reach is quite good. They've got a 12-foot reach.
Whoa.
So
Okay.
that means one of them is going to strike at Ulfgar, one of them is going to strike at Vincent, and one of them is going to strike out at Jonathan, as a matter of fact. And the other two
Wow,
are
that's a good range.
just wrapping around the bridge structure itself. It doesn't seem to have much of an intent. Yeah. All right, so at Ulfgar, that's a hit. At Vincent, that's a hit. And at Jonathan, a natural 20.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So
By the way, I just
That's going to be a hard to maintain concentration on that check.
yeah.
just a reminder.
Yes.
A reminder. If I don't have my weapon, this is technically in the game mechanics.
Yes.
Since I don't have my weapons on, my AC is one less.
Yes.
Just making sure.
Yeah. Perfect. Yes.
I think he still hit you anyway, right?
Well, it's
yeah.
it's actually a point of technicality because your armor class is 17 and I rolled a 17, so it's like it did just hit. Now it properly hit.
Ah.
Oh,
All right, so that natural 20 that I rolled here, this is the first time that we've had it coming up in combat. So we're using a house rule where the 20, I get to roll it again, and depending on what I roll, the severity of the damage may increase or actually decrease, depending on your interpretation of natural 20s. So here I go, and I got an 11. That means
Ooh.
triple damage. All right.
So,
Okay.
looks like who's going to swim at the bottom of the ocean in a moment.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
so
I guess
the damage for Ulfgar. Your damage is a grand 6 points of damage. As the
6.
tentacle kind of bashes against you. Vincent, you take 5 damage. Jonathan, wow, triple damage, right? You take 15 damage.
I am now unconscious.
As this tentacle
That's
just
insane.
smacks into you. What that does is Andre or Ulfgar, you see the tentacle basically smack Jonathan down, and as he lands on the deck, the tentacle lands on top of him and starts to wrap around him.
Oh god.
Yay!
goodness.
Jonathan,
Player death.
did that reduce you to 0 or below 0?
I am at -1.
All right. Okay. So you're into the death save space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's the creature's attacks, which brings us back to the top of the round, which is Ulfgar.
Shouldn't I have?
Oh, you're on a.
Don't I have a
yeah,
turn?
yeah, yeah. Sorry. You're on a 4.
Yes.
So give us a death save.
So I
please.
get my first death save.
Yes. Don't roll a 1.
Okay. So that's. I believe that's the Is it a flat roll or
It's a
Constitution
flat
save?
roll, and you got to roll above 10.
I got a 13.
13. That is a save. You need 3 saves before you've had 3 failures. 1s count as double failures. 20s count as double saves. All right.
Yep.
So, Ulfgar, back to you. This tentacle is busy wrapping around Jonathan.
Ray of Frost has 60, so of course I'm gonna
Oh,
aim
that's
at
fine.
that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Make an attack. Don't roll a 1.
Yeah, no kidding. I rolled a 7 total.
Ah. All right. You just fire out this blast. The blast. Wouldn't you roll a d4 for me, please? Just roll a d4 for me.
D4
Yep.
gets 3.
3. The ray of frost smashes against one of the suspension lines, and it freezes it solid.
Well, I guess that helps support, right?
Yeah, let's go with that one. Yeah. Vincent.
I'm like freaking. Someone do something about. Oh no, this is bad. I'm just keep holding.
The bird is probably going crazy right now. Dinner.
You actually remind me. If only you were useful.
Psychic damage him! No, anyway, that's meta, sorry.
Alright, so Vincent, you're just holding on. Now that this tentacle is on the bridge, I need you to make me a strength check, please, because that pole just suddenly got pulled quite heavily forward.
It's the athletics or strength?
Athletics.
That makes a huge difference.
Athletics.
Mhm.
Athletics.
Yes. 17 plus 5.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of bury your heels into the sand, lean back, keeping your back straight and your knees bent, and you're just kind of holding this cable. Alright? That takes us to Andre. Jonathan
How
is being
far am I?
wrapped around. Yeah? How far are you from?
How far am I away from the closest tentacle?
About 35 feet. That would be the tentacle wrapping around Jonathan right now.
35 feet. Okay. I step I step a bit onto the bridge, and then
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
and then I cast Compelled Duel to the squid.
are you sure you want to do that?
Do you want the warlock to be
All
even?
right.
Do you want the healer to die?
No kidding.
it's okay. No, that's not the thing. If you think about it carefully.
It's a noble act.
Okay.
All right. Does it get a willpower
It is-
saving throw?
I think
It is
Sounds about
a
right.
charisma. I
wisdom
think.
saving throw.
Yeah.
Wisdom.
Yep.
Wisdom.
Wisdom, willpower. I'm still old school. All right.
3.5.
All right, and it fails. So the tentacle immediately lets go of Jonathan.
Awesome.
That's a word. And the whole creature pushes off from the farther wall, and all those tentacles just come sailing directly towards you.
You see why? You see why I thought it was not really a good idea?
All right. But it's going to take it a full round to move across the entire canal. That takes us to Jonathan for another save, please.
Okay.
Come on.
4.
4.
Mm.
That is a death save. 1 death save, 1 life save. 2 to go on either. Back to top of the round. Ulfgar. Jonathan's body is
man.
lying there, and it's kind of just flopping around. You can see that he's bleeding from where the suckers have ripped the skin from his face and his chest.
Yikes.
Ow.
Can I, well, I know the fighter's faster than me, and I could maybe hold up the rock. He could probably go get him. I don't know exactly how else we can go save him. So I'm telling the fighter, you're faster than me. Can you go get him if I hold this?
Perhaps, but okay, fine. I'll do it. Just watch the bird.
I will keep an eye on the bird. More so on the rope.
All right.
Priorities first.
Since your actions are triggering at pretty much the same time, it's a case of, okay, here's the rope. You kind of loop it around your waist. Vincent, what are you doing? You're going to run out to go and try and save Jonathan?
Yeah.
You swear, as you start running across that bridge, the raven whispers, dinner, 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 dinner.
I'm just to myself. I'm gonna kill that thing when I just finish that.
All right. You run out across, you can travel 30 feet. So you're going to have to travel 30 feet and then take a dash to get to Jonathan's body.
Was he visibly speaking? Because I can use Mage Hand to try to close his mouth.
Yeah, I know. And there's this sort of mumbled.
Yeah.
Andre, you see Vincent busy running across the bridge towards the lifeless body of Jonathan. These tentacles are all coming for you. There are 5 of them, plus one of those big paddle ones is now rising out of the water towards you.
You said that the reach of the thing was 12 feet, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
Is it metagaming if I say I go around 13 to 15 feet from the river?
Not at all.
Then I go
you're
there.
trying to save your own life.
Yeah.
Yes. Then I go there with Compelled Duel still on,
All right.
and I wield my whip and I cast no, I already used. Did I use that? No, I haven't. I cast Thunderous Smite.
Thunderous Might.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Which will add 2d6 thunder damage to my next melee hit.
nice. All right.
Hmm.
That brings us to the creature. It slams into the opposite wall, and because you've moved back a little bit, the 5 tentacles just latch onto the top of the gorge, and it pulls itself out of the water. This large,
Okay, maybe this wasn't that hard.
bulbous shape is pulled
Oh, well.
out of the water, and these 2 massive eyes, literally each one is maybe a foot in diameter, rise out of the water,
boy.
and they're both focused on you. So it only gets 1 attack against you, which is with that big paddle arm, because it's got 2 of them.
Yeah.
But the 5 tentacles are kind of holding it partially out of the water. You can see the back of its head is still in the water, and you can see that's where its gills are sucking in and sucking out and ejecting the water so it can still breathe. That 1 tentacle comes sailing towards you and hits an armor class of 14, so it slams down next to you, and you kind of roll to the side and take a step to the side.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to say.
Yes?
Because I cast Thunderous Smite,
Yes?
Compelled Duel just turned off.
Alright, that's fine.
Because they're both concentration spells.
Alright. That's perfectly fine. The tentacle slams down next to you. The strong aroma of fish assails your nostrils, but it just missed.
Okay.
Jonathan, dear Jonathan, as the veil of
One more.
darkness slowly
Live.
surrounds you.
Live.
Do it.
Now, if only I could eat a good berry instead of rolling a save. 14.
14.
Oh,
That's a
shoot.
life save. Okay,
That
1 more of
is.
those and you'll stabilize, but I suspect you are going to have a Vincent on you very shortly. This brings us to the top of the round.
Good.
Ulgar.
I don't suppose I could do the chromatic orb while one-handed while holding with the other? The rope with the other? Is that a double?
Chromatic orb, is it a semantic
Action.
spell?
Oh.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, it is all 3. Yep. It's
and
all.
unfortunately, you have to have both hands available to do it. Yeah,
Okay, well, I'm just holding the stone
you're
then.
just holding the stone. You need to give me a
Yeah.
strength check, please.
Let's see how this
We've
goes.
got Jonathan
Oh,
and
there.
Vincent out there. The 2 humans.
We got 12.
12. Okay. The
Mm.
lean of that thing, Vincent, as you're busy running, you realize that you're running at a bit of an angle. The bottom of the bridge is now
Oh, no.
just touching the water surface. You arrive at Jonathan's body. He's bleeding quite badly. What are you doing?
Try to stabilize him
All right, give me a medicine check.
if I could. Medicine
Okay.
check. This is bad. Alright, so I got an 11 plus
That's fine.
0.
11 plus 0. All right.
Just enough.
Just enough. All right. So, Jonathan, you are stabilized on exactly 0 at the moment. You're no longer in death
Actually, it's
saves.
-1.
Oh, no.
So that puts you back on 10.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, Jonathan, you are not stabilized. You are still in the land of darkness.
Yeah, when I realized he said he had a -1,
Yeah.
I started erasing the third dot.
Yeah. You're like, I got this. Okay, stop the bleeding. Put pressure on the wound. Stick your finger into the wound and feel for poison.
That's no. I'm not a doctor. Don't blame me.
I would have been no better, please.
All right, that's what you're doing.
What a good berry.
Andre?
I'm trying to heal the healer.
My whip crackles with
Yes.
electricity, and I just smack the tentacle with it.
You whip it.
Yeah,
Make your attack.
whip it good.
Mm-hmm.
20,
20
not
There it
natural.
Oh,
Do
okay.
your damage.
Not natural.
That's fine.
Okay, so I need 1d4.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
2d6.
7 plus 6 and 4. That's 17. I also need you to make a strength saving throw versus a 10-foot push and prone.
That okay.
The gigantic
That's-
squid.
Yeah.
Can it be prone?
Do not
I'm not
underestimate.
sure, but
So
there's a
just-
10-foot push.
Yes. So
Just because he's short doesn't mean he's strong.
yes. So what happens is, as your whip lashes around the large tentacle and the thunder vibrates, you literally see the ripple pass along inside of the creature until it reaches the crown,
Wow.
and the head vibrates. Its eyes kind of roll back in its head. Those 5 tentacles just let go, and the whole thing just slithers backwards. The tentacle that you hit, the big paddle, isn't even trying to grip onto the ground. So the whole thing just sort of slides back into the water. It doesn't sink down, but it slides back in, and it's kind of lost all of its grip and purchase.
Oh.
Its turn. Wow. Okay. The creature slowly starts to lift the tentacles out of the water again, but it seems a little bit more cautious this time. And you get a sense that it's just trying to see if that's going to happen again. Jonathan, you've got a
Well.
life or death save, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just hope I don't botch. 5.
Down to the
Razor's
line.
edge over here.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Dr. Vincent, medicine man.
Now-
is,
This is supposed to
I
be my
need is-
lucky dice.
all I need
your
is one
lucky
hit point.
dice.
1 hit
This
point.
one lucky dice.
All right,
Come on.
Ulfgar, you're still holding on to the rope. Is that right, Ulfgar?
Yes, correct.
All right,
Yes.
you're holding on to the rope with dear life.
Can I yell to him, give
Yeah.
him the good berry?
Sure.
Give him the good berry.
Vincent?
Yes, the good berry. Oh, this thing. What's a berry gonna do to him?
It's magical. I know this.
What? All right, fine.
So you kind of push the
Oh.
berry into his mouth?
That'll kill him, supposedly. But well, if he said so, might as well trust him. Don't blame me if you die. Blame
Yes.
him. I have.
All right. So you kind of put the berry in his mouth, but there's no chewing action.
Hmm. Dang it.
All right, fine. I'll just I don't know, try to stabilize him again,
All right.
and hopefully he chooses it after he wakes up.
Give me a medicine check.
Oh my
No.
Please don't tell me you didn't roll a 1. That's all I ask. That's all I
It's
ask.
not it's not the one. It's not the one. It's a
Okay.
5.
Oh.
Mhm.
So you put the berry in his mouth, and you're like, "It's not working! I need to stop his bleeding." I'll just put my fingers over the holes and hope that it works. All right.
Time to go to this medicine school after this.
Andrew, what are you doing?
God damn it, I trusted you and you failed me. Look
Yeah,
away.
your lucky dice. Andrew, what are you doing?
I notice what the squid is doing.
Yes.
Like it's waiting for another action from.
Yes.
So I get my steel drum
Yes.
and I put it on the ground
Yes.
and I start shouting while rapidly whipping my steel drum, making sound.
Nice. Give me a performance check. I like that.
That's good.
I got a. What is this? That is a 24.
Mm-hmm.
The tentacles immediately retract, and there's this bubbling, frothing of the water as the squid just jets itself deeper into that crevasse, trying to hide itself from this drumming that sound. The water kind of bubbles and boils and then goes very, very, very still. This brings us to Jonathan.
Hi.
Come on.
Now.
We can't lose you.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do this.
Oh. By the skin of my teeth, 11.
Good job.
Oh,
Good job.
okay.
So-
He's still alive.
as you're placing your hands over him, Vincent, wishing for something to miraculously happen, he takes a breath, and that sucks the good berry down into his gut.
Oh no! I messed it up. Oh.
It's a lucky berry. It's supposed to give luck, not the other way around.
Jonathan, give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh.
I realized this afterward that I was being mad.
18.
This is probably the thing.
Okay.
18.
Okay,
No,
good.
you're fine. So as it goes down your throat, for a moment, Vincent, you hear him go, and then you hear this very soft grape popping sound, and he goes, and his eyes open. You're on 1 hit point.
Yep.
So your good berry took effect.
It worked. It worked. It somehow worked.
I did something.
Thank you.
For love of how am I alive?
It's your lucky berry, whatever the thing you gave me.
All right, Ulfgar, you continue to hold that bridge. Everyone
That's
slowly makes their way off the bridge, I'm assuming.
Making sure I have my wand, which would have been in my hand when I
Yeah.
fell. So
Yeah.
it's probably floating on the water somewhere.
The water doesn't have strong
Debate.
current, so it's not a problem.
Mm.
A brief look.
Debating actually whether or not I want to grab it, seeing the squid down there.
Yeah.
That won't be a fun thing to see.
Just rapidly grab it,
All right.
get off the edge.
Okay. That leaves you, Andre, all on the one side.
I get my steel drum back, pack everything again, and I try to signal the other side if it's okay if I cross.
Oh yeah.
And,
They see
yeah.
you can see they're holding on to this pole,
Okay.
rope-like structure.
Then I carefully cross.
All right.
I take my time.
You take your time. You carefully cross. Every now and again, you have to. Well, you are looking down because you're looking at the slats that you're walking over. And every now and again, you look down and you are convinced you see some dark shape moving way down there, but it never comes anywhere close to the surface. You get a sense that there's this thing watching from deep, deep, deep down there.
He's scared.
Yeah.
It's too afraid of you.
Eventually, you get to the other side, however, and you can untie your rope and get your rope back.
Yeah.
All right, what you doing?
That was good thinking, Paladin. Or John? Wait. Andre. That was good thinking, Andre. Distracting the beast.
Yeah. And I
Thank you.
somehow managed to save our friend with a lucky
You
berry.
did.
Oh my
Lucky
god, my throat hurts. You guys don't know how bad my throat hurts right now. You just see me popping good berries one after one. I'm just eating all 6 of the leftover ones.
Oh, you have to save those.
I'm actually gonna give one to you, so I'm actually only eating 5.
5.
Like, just in case we get lost in fog or something random.
Yeah, this might save your life again.
You're right. Somehow.
The fighter becomes the medic. The healer.
So now I'm at 6 HP. Yay. Yeah, we're all gonna die.
What you doing? The area is remarkably quiet. It is about 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. The sun is charging off to the west as fast as it can go.
let's get, say, half a mile away from this river lake thing, and then let's take an hour.
All right.
That's my suggestion.
Well,
Now, so guys, who's hungry? I'm just lifting the boat.
not me. Not me. Not hungry. Not hungry. Nope. 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 So half a
Keep
mile.
going. Not keep going, but I mean, yeah, the half mile, please.
Are you following the road?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
That'll be the best course of action.
The road seems to be ancient, very, very, very old. But by ancient, I mean Ulfgar. You would know this. This is a dwarvish road, and 3,000, 4,000 years ago, maybe, by the state of decay that it's in. So this arguably would have been before the time of Uther Pendarus. And as you travel half a mile in, the sound of the ocean now is completely lost because of the mountains that now loom over you. And the two statues suddenly become very, very visible. Half a mile gets you to the base of those statues. They stand 40 foot tall. Your initial estimate was a little bit short. And they stare at one another. And from here, it kind of looks like their eyes are locked directly at each other's. So they're literally looking into each other's eyes. The stone that they made out of is not the stone that these mountains are made out of. They're made out of a very very dark black stone. These mountains are more granite grey in color. There's inscriptions on the base, but those inscriptions long ago were worn down and eroded, and barnacles have grown all over them and around them, and that kind of thing.
Are there any forms of letters left?
There's one or two. Does anybody speak Draconic?
No.
Abyssal?
But
Language.
Nope.
Angelic?
Nope.
No.
No? Elvish?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah.
But before we get to actually what's reading everything is, since we're about to take an hour break, I'm actually going to use my last spell slot on Comprehend Language.
Look at you.
So I understand all of the languages
Yes.
as long as I'm in contact.
That's kind of how you've worked through the different languages that are described in these statues.
You could use it as a ritual. I mean, I don't know if this is meta, but
Yeah,
you know.
you could. 10 minutes.
You could-
Absolutely. But you've got the spell slot, so it's fine.
Oh yeah.
The
Go ahead.
four sides of the statues are, from what you can make out, this is a Rosetta Stone, if you like. So the inscription on each of the faces is identical, but it's just in different languages. And it is a massive, massive warning. That's the first kind of word that you can make out. It says warning, or beware, caution. It's a bit vague. Then it goes on to say that a titanic battle continues here.
Continues.
That's the word that you're getting out of the translation. Continues. That's all.
I'm looking at the statue.
Yeah, they're both.
Is it the same on both statues? The same thing?
Exactly the same warning on both. In actual fact, it requires you to move between them, reading all four languages just to get that phrasing out.
Oh, okay. We'll share it with the group, saying that, well, apparently a battle is still continuing right now.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Since Jonathan used comprehend languages, I'd think that he might, by comparing the different languages, he might understand more the context of the sentence. So I asked Jonathan, what does it mean by the battle is happening here?
Continues.
Like, is it here where the statues are, or somewhere near us?
Give me an insight check, please, Jonathan.
Okay. 20 unnatural.
Ah,
Mhm.
that is where your mistake was, and now that the paladin has pointed out context, you go, yes, of course. Both demonic and angelic, neither of them contain a tense. There's no past tense or present tense or future tense, because they are extraplanar creatures, so time has no meaning for them. Therefore, to use the word happens, happened, is happening, will happen, is irrelevant. So, when they translated it into Draconic and into Elvish, they had to use a tense, because Draconic and Elvish requires there to be a tense.
Mhm.
And since they had limited writing space on the plinth, they couldn't write has happened, will happen, could happen, is happening. They chose a particular tense. So you suspect that these two statues mark a place where the battle happened. That's what you think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will share that with the group. That you're like, yeah, the planar languages don't have a tense, so I seem to have misunderstood it.
Yeah, then that makes a lot of sense.
Something I learned today.
Yes.
Yeah, you learn something new every day.
All right.
Now,
You take an hour rest?
does that? Yeah, I'm just looking at Buzz. Is he still alive?
Yes, yes.
No, he's still alive. Yeah. You know, I'm starting to like you while you're quiet. Maybe I'll free you at some point, but not at the moment. Now, the real question is, where is she?
Well, if I understand teleportation spells, she should have ended up at the last place he saw.
Yes.
So you're telling
the
me she
dark ship?
passed?
She would have skipped past all of this and ended in her ship, so she's probably heading with her men this way to pick up the sword.
So,
See some men.
wait. If that's the case, then we should maybe hurry. I mean, we don't want to be staying here. And I don't think any of you have expertise in building ships.
That is true.
Yes, but no one's gonna make it anywhere if we can't make it there to begin with.
So how about we hurry up after we take our rest? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Just maybe.
We'll pick
It's like
up
a 59-minute rest.
All right, you take your 59 minutes and 45-second rest, so you may recover any necessary hit points and spell slots. It is
Okay.
it is
Oh no, I heard that.
it is an eerie experience to rest in the shadow of these two giant statues.
Yeah.
Simply because of the amount of history that they represent, the amount of power that they represent, and the fact that it is assumed Ulthar Pendarus won the battle because the Voss retreated back to their own plane. But
That is true.
if you look at the two statues, Dementos Ertid certainly seems to be the more powerful of the two combatants. But your time runs short, and you wanted to hurry, so you move between the statues, heading towards that dais, which is only half a mile further. Would you all please make perception checks as you approach the dais?
Let's try this.
All right, so
16.
16.
16 perception. Just make sure. Perception. 17.
17.
How
Highest
much?
is 17. All right. Oh, wow.
I got an 8.
Okay. As you get to the outer circle of the dais, it is 60 foot across, and right in the center is this large black rock that is vaguely humanoid shaped, and sticking out the very center of it is this brilliantly silver sword with this beautifully curved basket hilt that runs around on both sides, protecting the user's hand quite well. And then this magnificent pommel that has a blue sapphire inset into it, and it doesn't look like it's been touched by the ocean or the mud in any way, shape, or form. However, gazing at this blade, you happen to look beyond into the mountains that surround this entire space, and you can see, hiding behind boulders, maybe 50 feet away from the dais edge, so 110 feet away from you, you can see two robed figures that seem to be hunched down trying to hide.
Forgive me, what's a pommel?
Pommel is the back of the sword. So when you're
Oh.
holding the sword, it's a ball at the back so that your
I
hand
gotcha.
doesn't slide
All
off when you stab the sword into somebody. Yep.
Okay.
Or when you're pulling the sword out, actually. It gives you something to grip on. Yep.
Do you see that? There are two people over there.
Seska! Seska!
Yeah,
course.
right.
If anybody, he would know.
Well, at least he's honest.
Well,
Free me!
if
Free me!
the bird promises to come back on pain of dinner,
I'll return for dinner. I'll return for dinner.
sure. Also, quick question for the GM. Could I make some kind of check to see if that curved the pommel, not the basket?
Yes.
What is the same kind of curve as the ocean, like river thing?
You don't have to make a roll for that. You've asked to see that, and you can determine that it does look very, very similar indeed. As a matter of fact, the crossbar of the hilt itself has a very similar curved shape as well.
Okay.
That's interesting.
All right. What are you doing?
So it's
Okay.
just that in the center with a 60 degrees on, or full in the room.
Yeah, there's a 60.
I'd just like to point out. Okay.
Hmm?
Sorry. My character's gonna point out that thing's humanoid shape.
Alright.
Mm.
Should we approach or should we wait?
So they're hiding.
We could
Why would
walk
they be
up.
hiding from us?
Well,
Maybe
obviously, we wanted to tie her to a bird. I think she thinks we are her enemy.
If that's even her.
They could be waiting for us to see what the sword does to us.
Or it could be the cult that we talked about earlier.
Oh, the cult has been
So many speculations that could
Smart
be
guy
made.
talks.
Yeah, that is true. Well, no point in sitting around. So yeah, we either move or just looking at each other. Both
Yeah.
sides are just looking at, waiting for the other to get the sword. And if
Yep.
they got the sword and there is nothing happens, we pretty much lost our opportunity.
Well, what we could do is we can walk around this giant
Dice, yeah.
yeah. And we can go over there and talk to them. Be diplomatic about this.
Diplomatic. I radio Warhammer.
Yeah, diplomat.
Promise always helps.
All right.
So, we didn't ask our friend over here. What do you think?
Me?
Yes.
I think we should just do something. It doesn't help us just staying and staring, like you said.
Fine.
Besides,
Diplomacy.
Let's talk to our diplomatic friends.
Let's see. Besides, if this thing is a giant monstrosity thing that the moment we pull the sword out, it tries to kill us, that's better if we're all on the same side, right?
That is true.
Nope, nope, says the bird hanging from the rope. Nope, nope.
You want us for dinner?
Actually, wait. I have an idea. Would you like to help us fighting?
I'm a bird. I'm a bird.
We could throw the bird in and see if it kills
who's
it.
more?
Ah! Ah!
Actually, yeah, it might think it's an offering or food or something.
No.
Kid's
no.
gonna keep busy.
I'm gonna start moving towards for diplomacy reasons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Same here.
Might as well.
So as a
Come on,
group,
bud. We're going.
As a group, you move around the dais. Oh god. So behind the boulder, you hear some frantic whispering.
Hmm.
They're coming closer. What should we do? I don't know. She just said for us to wait until they. Oh shit! All right. Back up. Maybe they haven't seen us yet. What do you mean they haven't seen us? Of course they've seen us. They're walking towards us.
Oh, two.
Are they in 30 feet?
Yeah, one person stands up. It's a human.
I'm going to speak into his mind and saying, "You should do nothing."
Trying to deceive it as him.
He stands there blank-faced, and then you see a hand come up from behind the boulder and just pull him down again. And then another head kind of comes up over the top. Can I help you? It's a human. You can see that he's got a black hood over his head and a cowl around his shoulders.
I will speak into his mind saying, "We are here for peace talks."
Ah, yes, she said you might do that. Peace talks. What peace? What war? I mean, who are we at war with? We are not fighting?
I mean, there is no need for fighting.
Good.
I mean, so quick thing. So we're friends.
Yep.
Is it that simple?
Okay.
This is that.
We're friends.
All right, we're friends then. Now, so since we are friends, how about you help us just with the sword? Hmm.
A hand comes up and pulls him down. There's some whispering. He climbs back up again. How?
Well, we walk together there and just get the sword, and we walk away. It's just that simple. Nothing to worry about.
All right.
Do you
You
know
first.
what happens when it's removed?
The sword. No.
Yes, of course,
No.
the sword.
No.
Is he lying?
No. He's very nervous. Seska just told us that when the sword was removed, we were to blow the whistle, and she would make her way up here. And that was about...
Sasuke, you say? Hmm.
What, don't you know who
All right.
You know who Seska... You must know who's... He looks down at the person who's hiding behind him. He looks back.
Mind games.
Yes, Seska?
Well,
And what was to happen when you blew the whistle? She comes up and what? Attacks us?
No, I don't know what the rest of the plan was, just that she was going to come up here, but she had to go and lie down when she arrived. She wasn't feeling well. She said we were
Can
to
you
wait
blow the
here
whistle
until
now?
the four of you arrived,
Mm-hmm.
although she did say that it might not be 4. Could be 3 or less. She wasn't sure.
Well, what makes you think that she's not gonna kill you two after she gets a sword?
Because someone has to operate the ship. Ha! Yes! If she kills us, there
Yeah.
won't be anyone to sail the ship.
Yes,
Ah,
but
is that
then we sell the
Mhm.
ship for her, because we obviously made it here without dying.
also she's with us? We merely got separated.
Um, you don't look like sailors.
No, you could say, we're just hired. She's just hired us, nothing else.
All right then. Shall we blow the
You
whistle now? Then.
No. Let her rest. Let her rest. For now, let's get the sword first. After all, we want to surprise her.
I think she should be here when we get the sword. After all, she said to blow the whistle after we got the sword.
That's right. Yes,
So-
after you got the sword. Yes.
Yeah, so I think she should be here for this. You know, more the merrier.
It's a momentous occasion.
In case this thing starts walking.
So I should blow the whistle then? He says, holding up this whistle.
I don't know. Like, we want to surprise her. You could say like a birthday gift. So
then we don't blow the whistle?
God.
Jonathan's gonna look at the bird and say, "Is it dinner time if we pull that sword?"
yeah, that's a very good question.
Hmm.
Don't worry. That's just a talking bird, nothing more. Yeah. Whichever way, I look back at the bird.
The bird looks up.
Where's your fucking?
Yes? Yes?
I'm actually maybe yeah.
So you're
Go
saying
on.
we would die?
No.
No.
He's saying we will be his dinner, so
Yes,
yes,
yes.
we'll die. Of course. I suppose your opinion was correct, and go on with the whistle thing.
What, so you want us to blow the whistle?
Yes.
Yes.
No,
Wait.
no, don't worry.
Yes or no?
I want you.
He hands you the whistle. You blow the whistle.
That's what happened.
Thank you.
I grab the whistle and blow it.
I give it.
All right.
That was awesome.
You blow that whistle, and as you blow it,
Yeah.
this thin reed of black smoke just sprays out of the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And it pools and coalesces, and within a few seconds, the smoke drifts away, and Memnefno is standing in front of you. She looks at the four of you,
Hello.
she looks at everybody else.
I look at Pseudonym and say, "Hey, we found your girlfriend."
If I could hiss, I would. If I could hiss, I would.
Well, hello there. Long time no see.
What a surprise
Only
to
been-
see you all here.
Alive.
Yes, indeed.
Hi.
Yeah, also alive.
And without this sword, she says, looking over at the man standing next to the rock. He kind of-
Oh, no, don't worry. They did their job. The sword is right there. I'm just pointing at the sword. Look at it. It's just right there.
But you have not got the sword yet.
Yes, indeed. But, you see, there's
I
a
think-
small complication. You were saying?
I think since it was your idea, you should pull the sword.
Yes, he's the wise one. Listen to him. He's the wise one.
After all, we did a lot of work getting here. I think you should earn your fifth.
Yeah, of course.
She looks over her shoulder at the man standing next to the boulder. She looks back at you.
Well, the sword is not going to remove itself.
No, it is not. Perhaps then I shall say this.
Uh-huh.
I cannot remove the sword.
Why?
Why?
There are reasons which
Reasons.
are not important. You can pull the sword. If I were to pull the sword, I would be harmed by the sword.
Oh.
But-
So you'll be harmed.
Says the person who's the masochistic and broke their own arm.
Also, wait.
Keep coming
wait.
back
Don't
to that
worry.
point, yes.
We believe in your strength. Don't worry. You are a strong woman.
Super strong.
Don't judge yourself. Don't judge yourself too harsh.
And if you do get hurt, I can heal you. He can heal you.
It is not
Apparently,
so-
this, apparently
And
this
if
guy
you're-
can heal you, although with some difficulty.
Yeah. Also, if, I mean, someone else would be upset, and I just pointed at the bird. I'd be upset if something happened to you. We'd go there to aid you. So nothing to worry about.
It is not so much about being hurt as about ceasing to exist. I cannot touch the blade because
You
I
cannot.
have a alternative interpretation of what is right and wrong. But
Mhm.
you have proven time and time again that you have the purity of character to be able to
Oh,
pull
no,
the
no.
blade
There
from
is-
the stone.
There is no way we're more noble than you are. Just
You protected us on our very first battle.
Yes.
So
Yes.
good. So good.
Yeah.
But you were willing to
I mean-
sacrifice yourselves for people you did not know.
Yes, of course. So, but
Of
we have to give you
course.
the honor. We have to give you the honor. I mean,
Well,
it wouldn't sound right.
You misinterpret. I cannot touch
Mhm.
this sword. If we are to sell this blade for profit, it is
Mhm.
one of you who must draw it. You will be protected
Then I
from the protection.
Then I have a better idea. Whoever who pulls a sword gets to have it, and with all of the money that he's going to be getting after selling it. It's only fair.
yeah.
If you want the sword and you want some money, you might as well just go get it.
Why not
I mean,
have one of your goons do it?
Yeah, no, we shouldn't do that. After all, she's the one who brought us here. She should have the pleasure of doing it herself. Though she's saying that she cannot touch the blade for an unknown reason, misinterpreting right and wrong and some of that bullshit.
I can see that
Besides,
this is not going to get us anywhere. You want all of the money for yourself. I should have known.
I mean, after all, you brought us here, and then you left us. We almost
You were trying
died.
to tie me up. What choice did I have? But
Now
let
the
us not
question is,
get
did
bogged
you-
down in semantics. This is either you are going to pull the blade from the stone, and we are all going to profit from it, because unless I am mistaken, you don't have a way of getting off of this island. I do.
Mm-hmm.
Pull the sword from the stone, and we will split the reward. Say 10% to me,
Then-
the rest to you, and 10% to the ship for the crew, yes?
That's literally no different than the original deal.
You're very clever. Your mother must be
I'd
very
say-
He's
proud.
counting on his fingers.
Uh-uh.
Same.
No.
Same amount.
Now we have an actual problem. I apologize, gentlemen. I look at my friends. Now there is this small problem. So we went through all of the effort to just get the sword, and for you take out 20% of our profit, and while you did literally nothing, indeed you do hold our way back, but it doesn't sound fair enough.
15%.
I have an interesting.
14.
I have a. I was gonna
1%.
say,
Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
um, like, you know what? I'll accept your original 20% deal, whatever. But
Uh.
I want to know the whole truth. If
Mm.
I feel you're lying at any time, I won't even step in the ring.
You're still a horrible liar. Please tell us the truth.
I was trying to be nice to everyone, so might as well just tell us the truth.
14%.
Trying to-
14% is
How much?
yours.
No, see, she doesn't want to give us the truth.
Mm.
Ah. All right then. 14%. Sounds a very good deal.
I don't think I can.
He's the one who offered.
Okay.
No truth. I'm gone. I start slowly walking away.
All right. 14%. We're thinking on that, even though I was hoping to get them to 5%, but fine, whatever. Well, I'll just go get the sword.
Whoa. Did I?
I don't know how your negotiation skills work here. You're kind of going, we're going to get you down, we're going to get you down. Okay, now I got
Yeah.
the sword. All right, so
How would you feel if we pulled the sword, but while we pulled the sword, you'd have to stay right beside us?
Yes, I mean, see, the wise man speaks again.
I don't have a problem with that. 14%, I will stand right next to you as you pull the blade from the stone.
No truth. I'm not having any part to do with this.
One last thing. I fail to understand. I'm sorry, I'm not a very, very intelligent man. So, what is your meaning of not knowing the difference between right and wrong?
Or is that just some bullshit to just pull a sword?
She hears in her mind.
Yeah.
No.
Or
So, does that mean we deal 10%?
what?
Oh my.
And
no.
Jonathan's
You can
going to go
see
lean
she's
on
kind
a
of-
rock and die laughing. He's just gonna lean on a rock and start dying laughing now.
Pull the sword from the stone. You can have
All right.
90%. That's fine. I don't care. Just pull the sword from the stone.
Are you certain? I grab the hilt of the sword. Are you certain?
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, guys, if I die on this day, let the people know I died heroically.
Dinner!
I will write of your works.
Oh, actually, in the matter of fact, I grab the bird and hold him with me.
Oh,
If we die together. We're friends.
We're best friends.
alright. And you try
So
and...
10%, and you have to stay right beside us.
Yeah.
No truth. I'm not staying out of this. I'm gonna stay right over here.
Alright.
And then I say in a sarcastic way. I think it was 8%.
10%. Pull the sword.
Oh.
Alright.
I just pull the sword out.
You try and
Let us
pull
not
the sword.
take it in.
Here we go.
What is
So-
your alignment on your character sheet?
Neutral, good.
Neutral good. Alright. You try and pull the sword, but it kind of holds fast. It doesn't move.
Well, the sword doesn't like me. Anyone
Okay.
else want to try?
That's not
Okay, I see that
possible. I know that there is good in you, surely.
Okay.
Well, of course. What are you trying to say?
Jonathan's probably gonna start walking up at this point.
Yeah.
Once he realized what one couldn't. And Jonathan's gonna like, yep. I knew this would happen. From the moment you said it took a honest man. You can't
I'm
try-
honest.
You,
What are you trying
you kept pushing for more and more money.
And what's wrong with that? I gotta make a living.
Look,
Okay. While Vincent is trying to pull the sword,
Mhm.
I push Seska towards the sword out of curiosity.
Oh my. Give me an athletics check, please.
see, I'm providing the nice distraction for him.
Mhm.
That was a 10.
A 10.
Yeah.
You push Seska, alright, and you realize that she probably wouldn't have fallen, except that she was turning to look at Jonathan walking up, talking about honest men. So she was slightly off of point. So you tip her forward. Okay. She screams wildly and is trying to twist out of the way of touching the hilt. Okay.
Yeah.
Is anyone going to do anything while she's sort of trying to twist her way so she can fall onto the rock rather than onto the sword?
Nothing that I can pull off.
Question.
Oh.
Can I'm curious too. Can I cast Eldritch Bolt, which is a force-based damage, to force her into the direction of the sword?
Oh, I was expecting you're gonna. Oh, okay. 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 Okay.
Sure.
No, I'm sorry. I meant away from the sword. Because I
Away.
still know the truth, and she's the only one that knows the truth. Sorry, guys. I want to make sure she lives because I need the truth out of this.
All right. In order to do that, because it's a spell, you're going to have to roll initiative and beat my initiative. My initiative is 14.
My initiative is 5.
You're like,
Yep.
oh, I can cast that spell. And she's already fallen. Okay, so here's her twist. You're going to hit her anyway. Well, you're going to try and hit her anyway. All right, so her roll.
Not so
That's a
much.
20. That's a 20. That's a 20, isn't
It's
it?
a 1.
No, it's a 20.
Yep.
Oh,
There it is.
boy.
Sorry, everyone. Yeah. Oh.
So she falls and she tries to twist her way out of it, but in falling forward and twisting, her hand hits the hilt. She screams and just bursts into black dust. And there's just ash falling around everywhere.
And then my
Oh.
bolt just flies off into space.
Yes.
Oh, well.
Okay,
I'm like,
and
oh, well. We can now have 100% of the price.
Oh, darn.
Shit! You just hear these running feet of two people running away from the dais.
Oh, don't. So,
Hmm.
well,
Can
I
I,
think they're
can I
going
Ray of
alright.
Frost to slow one down?
Sure.
Actually,
Make your attack.
do both are nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna work.
Oh, I can twin it. Yeah, I'll get both of them.
Yeah,
I can use the sorcery to twin the Ray of Frost and hit two.
nice. Ray of Frost is a cantrip, right?
That's a cantrip.
All right.
Slows him down at least. So 10 plus 14.
That hits.
Cool.
It drops their speed by 10 feet, I believe.
Right. Yes, that's why I did it. I didn't try to just hurt them. It's one of those to slow them down. I mean, I might kill them, but anyway. Do you want me to roll 1d8 for each one,
Yeah,
or
Each
do
one.
you? All right. 5 and 4.
One drops, rolls to the side. The other one kind of staggers, holding his back, and clutches, walking forward. Vincent, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting next to the sword. I'm looking at. Oh, I'm sorry, mate. You lost your girlfriend. No helping it.
Not dinner. Not dinner.
Put the
Yeah,
sword on
well-
the sword.
Jonathan? What you doing?
Jonathan is going to say, "Yep, that's one. That's what will happen when your deities and whatnot don't mesh."
All right.
Well,
And he's going to walk off to get one of the two men.
Okay. Andre?
Well, I see that I see that our sorcerer has taken good care of the two men. So I just go to the sword and try to pull it out.
You try to pull it out. What is your alignment?
I am neutral good as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
We're all doing
You
that.
pull on it.
Lovely.
It doesn't come out.
I was like, oh, for the love of. Oh, fine. I have an idea. You saucer thingy, warlock, do it. Think. Smash that thing. Smash the rock below it. Why are we trying to pull the sword? Just smash the rock.
Can Jonathan just hear him say that as he's
Yeah.
walking away?
Oh, absolutely.
Jonathan says, "Don't." Okay. I don't know if you know how deity-based magic works.
Nope.
Okay. So,
Ah,
it requires one of that faith to pull it.
I'm looking at the dwarf. You sound like a good person. Try it out yourself. I mean, give it a try.
I'm about the same.
Upon hearing those words,
Yes.
I ask if I can get the bird.
The bird?
Yes.
What?
Could you hand over the bird to me?
You want to go
Jonathan,
to
Jonathan's eyes, one of his eyes opened awkwardly and like,
I use the bird. I use the bird as a sort of glove to try to pull the sword out. Seeing if the bird's alignment can actually pull the sword out.
More using a bird.
Oh, God.
All right.
As a
maybe
glove.
So you
I just tossed the bird to him.
you grab the bird, you sort of undo some of the rope so its wing comes free, and you wrap its wing as gently as you can around the hilt, and then you pull the sword. The sword slides out easily, except the bird's going bad, 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 bad as you're pulling the sword out. Okay.
oh god.
Guys, prepare another character sheet quickly.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So the sword comes free, wrapped in the bird's wing, and as the blade sails out, and the rock that it's in starts to crack.
Oh boy.
Right? And light starts to shine out of this rock. The bird then, assumedly the sword gets dropped because the bird starts to change shape. And the rope around it starts to break. It's starting to get heavier and bigger.
Oh.
What are you doing, Andre?
I guess I just let go of the bird.
All right, you let go of the bird. Jonathan, are you doing anything?
He's actually saying a sort of prayer to the Great Keeper, saying, I hope this is the truth you're wanted for. I will be seeing you soon.
Okay, roll 2D. Give me a percentile roll, please.
Okay. 20.
20. All right, nothing happens. Vincent?
I'm like, okay. We get the sword first. And I just go immediately and grab the sword.
That's what he wanted.
That's what we came for anyway.
Yep, it is.
I'm
man.
not gonna be dealing with.
All right.
I'm not gonna be dealing with any sort of magical stuff.
As you grab the sword, you feel this warm glow just radiating up your arm and filling your entire body. Ulfgar, what are you doing?
I suppose if I was aiming at the two people,
Yeah.
I wasn't probably facing any of that, so I probably don't. I mean, I probably see the light, but regardless, I'm probably trying to get the guy, to shake him down to see what he knows for anything. Probably not, since we talked to him. But anyway, that's what I'm doing. I'm going over to the boulder, getting him behind, and seeing what I can get at him.
Sure. The one who died, because from the damage, is not the one that you were talking to. The one you were talking to is the one that was slowed down. It's easy enough to basically just tackle him down to the ground. He holds his hands up. What are you asking him?
So you weren't expecting this. You don't know what's going to happen either with this damn sword.
I don't want anything to do with the sword anymore. As a matter of fact, thank you very much. We were paid to be here by some crazy Sajet elf who has just turned to dust. All right? Dust. Dust. We weren't paid for dust. We were paid to bring her here, fetch something, and leave. I'm trying to leave. And Oh my god, what is that? He says, pointing behind you.
Can in that moment before he says that, can I say like, we can pay you for us to go home, please? And I guess it's moot anyway, but that's what I was thinking.
All right, as you're shouting,
Well, you can still say that as
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I don't know. Sure.
So, as he said, "Oh my god, what is that?" You're like, "Well, we can still pay you to take us off the island." He's like, "Really? Yes, you can. Yes, okay, good. Yes, pay me, but let's get out of here because what the hell is that? I don't care. Let's go." Look behind you.
I guess I look. Yeah, that's probably a good call.
So, all four of you, as Vincent lifts the sword up, you see his hand starting to change, and this yellow glow start to grow over his arm and up his arm, and it's starting to solidify into plate mail. And it's a breastplate kind of encapsulates, and then this helm starts to grow over the side of your head. The rock is busy exploding out in all different directions, revealing this red scaly skin underneath, which as the clump around where the hand area is, this taloned hand suddenly clenches and opens. What are you doing, Vincent?
I'm just like, oh,
Clunk, 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 clunk. As this armor is growing around you, suddenly there's a visor in front of you. There's more armor around here.
I'm just trying to figure out what is going on.
All right. In a matter of seconds, you're completely covered in plate mail, and from your arm sprouts this large kite shield. The raven is still on the ground, busy changing shape and size, but you can see that the feathers are falling off in all different directions and revealing skin underneath. What are you doing, Jonathan?
I need to get a better view of this, so I'm casting Detect Magic, so I can get a nice spectral image of everything for my patron.
I think you're going to be blind by now.
Yeah.
So you cast Detect Magic, and this whole dais area is just lighting up with divine magic. It's just getting stronger, but it is all kinds of good and bad energy.
Okay.
Andre, what are you doing?
You should not have done that.
Just trying to get a good look at it. It's like,
if I look at it between, it's like, I need some paper. I make a pinhole. Yeah, Andre, what are you doing?
While Pseudonym is going through his magical girl transformation.
Yes.
And he's distracted by that. I cast Divine Sense, just like what Jonathan did. But I want to know which parts of this area exactly are celestial and which ones are fiendish.
All right. So it's very, very simple. Vincent is now glowing with this amazing divine celestial power, and is just growing stronger and stronger and stronger. But at the very center of it is definitely not divine. It's very strange. It's like divine is wrapped around the center of not divine. Okay.
Can I tell if it's fiendish?
No. It's definitely angelic. The stone, however, and the thing that's rising out of the stone is definitely demonic. It's definitely a fiend. It's just pulsating power. And the whole thing to its core is just pure evil energy.
How about Pseudonym himself?
Pseudonym, as he's busy sort of rolling around, Pseudonym is exuding an angelic presence that is it's good to the bone. And all of his feathers and things that are dropping off are exuding a very kind of mortal presence, if you like. So a very kind of neutral space.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's
so I relate
that's
to
all
the
in limbo. Sorry?
okay. So while that's happening, I relate to the others. I think the bird is that hero that we've been hearing about.
Uthar?
That,
Jonathan's
I'll be
gonna
like,
yell out.
I'll be like, forget about the hero. Look at this.
Yes. Look at me!
Look at me.
Jonathan's gonna respond with yelling, "Give the hero his damn sword!"
But the gold. Well, actually, maybe we should give the hero back his. I think he's
All right.
probably gonna give it back.
So as you're kind of debating... Alright. The pseudonym is finished transforming, and he kind of stands up, and he looks like a very gangly 15-year-old male human. He's got
15.
tattered feather-like leather in strategic places, and he has mousy brown hair and these big blue eyes. You kind of get the sense that his feet don't really know where his legs are because everything's kind of going in different directions. And he looks up at the four of you. "Oh, crap," he says. "We should leave now." He looks at you, Vincent. "Please tell me that you're at least a paladin of Brax? Or the
About that.
Are you at least the greatest warrior that the planet has produced?"
Has yet to prove it. Let's go.
Jonathan just dies laughing.
Well,
At this point,
when
he's off
when
his
it comes,
magic so he can see. Normally.
I am a good person. Yes, a paladin. No, a greatest fighter. I mean, I haven't checked with every single fighter that ever existed. So
Oh boy.
does that make?
We should run. Let's run right now. You're not ready.
I'm ready.
I'm a paladin, but not of Brax.
Yeah, but you don't have the sword. Why did you pull the sword out if you're not ready? How are you going to save the planet if you don't even know how to wield it properly?
I'm in it for the gold, then for the sake of good of
Are you a paladin of Brax?
Are you asking pseudonym?
The bird?
Yes.
He's started to run in this sort of awkward way of knees and ankles and elbows towards the edge of the mountain. He calls over his shoulder, "I'm not a paladin at all. I'm just supposed to show the hero how to defeat, ultimate evil."
Okay, how did he do that?
Well, first,
I did.
he says as he's getting to the top
I
of
did
the
not
ridge,
sign up for ultimate evil.
"We need a hero."
I signed up for a sword.
Okay, let's assume that he can rise to the occasion.
Bloody bucket! Let's get the hell out of here first.
All right, so everybody's running over the ridge. Okay.
Definitely.
As you are running, chunks of that black rock are just sailing out past you and embedding themselves into the solid granite around you, as there is a heat that is building up behind you, and the stone around that is starting to turn to glass and crack and shatter as something is rising out of that central dais. It's very big, it's very large, it's very angry. And yeah, you basically run down the beach, and there is, as you crest over the mountain, you see there's a beach below it. As you run towards the beach, there's a dark longship there. Your friend Ulfgar is there, and he's like, "Come on, you said you've got money. Let's go. Let's go."
Oh yeah. I got you. Yeah.
Vincent, as you arrive at the gangplank, he's like, 90%?
What?
10%.
You what? Why? I am. And I look back at the giant monstrosity. You know what?
The mountain is
Let's make it a deal.
Crumble in on itself.
50%. I get 51.
49.
51.
Oh
Another
my.
mountain is crumbling
Fine,
behind
you
you.
get the 49. And
Deal! Alright, everybody gets onto the
Jonathan's
ship.
just rubbing his temple.
The ship pushes off and they unfurl sails. And as the ship is busy making its way away from the island, you see the center of the island, this large flame just open up, and the mountain pinnacles just collapsing in onto the very center of it. And that is where our adventure comes to an end.
Mhm.
And I thank you all for participating.
That was good.
Congratulations, guys! We released Ultimate Evil.
Yes.
Ultimate Evil.
I mean, it
Agreed.
doesn't. The great evil doesn't matter.
After shooting each other in the ear and tying birds to rocks.
And of course, we gained enough money for a lifetime.
You're still going to sell the sword.
What am I supposed to do? Do I look like a hero to you? I am but an investigator who wants to make living. But if I have to fight evil, fine. But at least I. Well,
We sell it
nice
to
know.
a strong city so they can maybe defend themselves.
My word. Wow.
You sell it to me for 100 gold.
100 gold after all of this?
Hmm.
151.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody, for participating.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And
Oh, definitely.
Thank you as well.
it was a lot of fun. Thank you. And thank you to our viewers for watching. If you watched all the way to the end of this rather interesting performance and solution, you will see that the outcomes were quite different. And I thank you all, and we'll see you on the channel later. So until next time, I wish you all a very happy gaming.